welcome you all to grace the event, sir. Thank you all. As we have gathered here today for this event, let us invite peace, positivity and success into our journey. By paying gratitude to our Almighty, may I now request everyone to please rise up for the prayer song. Thank you all. May I now request Dr. Arun Prasath Venugopal sir, GIAN course coordinator, to welcome our chief guest, Professor Anindya Basu sir, Dean Faculty Welfare, MIT Rourkela, with a bouquet. I request Dr. Arun Prasath Venugopal sir to welcome our speaker of the event, Professor Pankaj Pathare sir, with a bouquet. May I now request Dr. Vivek Kambhampati sir, GIAN course coordinator, to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu sir, Institute GIAN coordinator, MIT Rourkela, with a bouquet. I request Dr. Vivek sir to welcome our Professor Sabyasachi Mishra sir, Head of the Department Food Process Engineering, MIT Rourkela, with a bouquet. I would like to call upon our student coordinator to honor our GIAN course coordinator, Dr. Arun sir and Dr. Vivek sir, with a bouquet. Thank you all. Light symbolizes the beginning of auspicious moments and events. I request the dignitaries to do the honor by lighting the lamp. I request the audience to rise up for the same. inaugural program, I would like to invite Dr. Arun Prasath, Venugopal sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Food Process Engineering, the coordinator of this GIAN course, to deliver welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. We have delayed the program by 10 minutes or so. Sorry for that. It's my profound honor and privilege to welcome you all to this inaugural session of our 5-day GIAN course on sustainable approaches in post-harvest handling and value addition of fresh produce, organized by Department of Food Process Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. I would like to extend my deep gratitude to our patron, Professor K. Umamageshwar Rao, Director of NIT Rourkela, for his unwavering support. I take this opportunity to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Professor Anandya Basu, Dean Faculty Welfare. Welcome, sir, for gracing this occasion with his presence. And I also welcome our GIAN course local coordinator, Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu, for his valuable support during this course of organizing. Next, I also like to welcome our chairman, Dr. Sabeshwar Mishra, Professor and Head, Department of Food Process Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, for his visionary guidance and leadership. I would also like to welcome the course co-coordinator, Professor Vivek Kambhampati, who is tirelessly working behind organizing this workshop. Last but not least, we have our keynote speaker, esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Pankaj B, whose expertise and perspectives will undoubtedly elevate our learning experience throughout this workshop. To our participants, your enthusiasm and engagement are the heart of this program. I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate in the discussion, ask questions, and seize the opportunity to collaborate with the network and network with the expert in this field. This program reflects our collective commitment in tackling the most pressing challenges in the post-harvest sector with a focus on reducing food losses and promoting value addition through sustainable and innovative practices. Over the next 5 days, we will explore cutting-edge technologies ranging from non-thermal processing to biodegradable packaging solutions, offering a comprehensive perspective on the latest advancement and their practical application. Once again, I extend my warm welcome to all the participants from various institutions around throughout the country and those who are participating in online. Thank you all for participating in this workshop. I hope this workshop will be a fruitful success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, it is my honor to introduce a distinguished personality who has significantly contributed to the academic excellence of our institute. We have with us Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu sir, the Institute GIAN Coordinator, and Professor HAG, Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Rourkela. Under his exceptional leadership and vision, our institute has been fortunate to host more than 25 GIAN courses during this academic session. Sir, we are privileged to have you with us today. May I now kindly request you to enlighten us with a few words. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all and welcome to the GIAN course, Sustainable Approaches in Post-Harvest Handling and Value Addition of Fresh Produce. Respected Dean, Faculty Welfare, Professor Basu, NIT Rourkela, the foreign expert of the GIAN course, Professor Pankaj Pathare, Head of Department of Food Process Engineering, course coordinators, Professor Venugopal and Professor Dr. Vivek, dear faculty colleagues, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen. GIAN is basically a Sanskrit word which means knowledge, though it has a full form of Global Initiative of Academic Networks, which is a program of the Ministry of Education, Government of India. It is designed to tap the talent pool of scientists and entrepreneurs internationally to encourage their engagement with the Institute of Higher Education in India to augment the country's existing academic resources, accelerate the pace of quality reform, and elevate India's scientific and technological capacity to global excellence. GIAN enables institutes of higher education in India to invite and host internationally renowned academicians and researchers, facilitating the co-teaching of advanced courses to Indian students and fostering collaborative relationships with experts from around the world. GIAN also offers international experts a unique opportunity to familiarize themselves with India's academic environment. By interacting with local students and faculty, these experts can explore potential collaborations, share their expertise, and contribute to the advancement and knowledge across diverse fields with the faculty, with the students as well. So all best wishes for the persons involved in this course's success. Coming to the subject, as everybody you can see, basically this is mainly for food processing and so timely harvesting, timely processing, let it be food, let it be vegetable. So how for better marketing, better commerce. So for that purpose it is being done. The other different kinds of models, different kinds of thoughts will come from the experts. So this is for, again, it will reduce the food waste of the, you can see now winter season how a lot of foods are being, vegetables are being used at the very low price. So you can, if it can be stored, it can be done much better. So with this, thanking the Ministry of Education for funding the course, thanking the department for giving me the opportunity. So all best wishes again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your noble words. Going ahead, we have our special guest and the speaker, Professor Pankaj B, sir, who will be handling this 5 days short-term GIAN course. He is an associate professor in the Department of Soils, Water and Agricultural Engineering at the College of Agricultural and Marine Sciences in Sultan, Qaboos University, Oman. He earned his PhD from University College Cork, Ireland, specializing in process and chemical engineering. His research focuses on innovative, sustainable approaches and enhancing value through post-harvest treatments. As an expert in post-harvest engineering, he has made significant contributions to the field through numerous research projects and publications. He leads a research team investigating techniques that enhances shelf life and nutritional quality of the produce through eco-friendly practices such as sustainable packaging and minimal processing methods. His work is supported by competitive grants and collaborations with international research institutions, underscoring his role in pioneering sustainable food handling technologies. He is a well-published author in high-impact journals with over 100 peer-reviewed articles, conference papers, and book chapters. His research group frequently collaborates with industry partners that bridge academic research with practical applications in food handling. He is the editorial board member of Journal of Food Quality, Discover Food, Measurement, Food and Frontiers in Sustainable Food Systems. He has active professional membership in the Institution of Agricultural Engineers UK, life member of Indian Society of Agricultural Engineers ISAE, American Society of Agricultural and Biological Engineers, ASABE, and International Society for Horticultural Sciences, ISHS, as a committed advocate of sustainable agriculture. He is recognized as world top 2% scientists by Elsevier and Stanford University for the year 2022, 2023 and 2024. It is great privilege to have you with us, sir, today. Now I kindly request you to share the valuable insights about this GIAN course. Over to you, sir.
Good morning all, and thanks to organizer, Dr. Arun, Dr. Vivek, to inviting me for the GIAN course, and I'm happy to see here young researcher coming from different parts of the country to attend that course that's related to sustainable approaches for post-harvest handling. So when we see about the post-harvest, particularly now all coming from food or agriculture engineering background, we are aware about that one, what is post-harvest, and they think about post-harvest, why it's important. Everyone know about that one, but losses, magnitude, we never think beyond that one, why it's important and how we can contribute to reduce it and maintain the quality of the product. So these 5 days actually, when we're talking about the whole chain, we may discuss different approaches, different ideas, different concepts, some from what we learn, some from your innovative ideas, and make you useful in the coming period. And at the same time, we have expect a little bit good interaction with you all young researchers, because you have the ideas for the new research, new concept. We are here to help you regarding that one also. And thanks again for the organizers, and of course not to miss Dean of the Sir, South Sir, and even Dr. Mishra Sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Moving ahead, it is my privilege to introduce our inspiring leader, Professor Sabyasachi Mishra, sir, the head of the Department Food Process Engineering, NIT Rourkela. Under his dynamic leadership, our department has witnessed remarkable growth in every aspect. His unwavering guidance and support have been instrumental in shaping the progress of the department. Sir, we are deeply grateful for your contributions and are delighted to have you with us today. May I now kindly invite you to deliver the inaugural address and share your insights with the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Suvir. Good morning, all of you. Professor Basu, Professor Sahu, Professor Pathare, and both the coordinators, Professor Arun, Professor Vivek, and most importantly, the participants, my fellow colleagues from our department and other departments. It's a pleasure for me to know that 35 students have joined this program today physically and many more online. It's a big opportunity for us to host you students. It's a good opportunity for you to interact with our faculty members and students, and also avail the facilities that we have in the department. And moreover, like we have expert Professor Pathare, I hope you will have a knowledgeable session, interaction sessions, and you will learn a lot. Being a small and new department in the institute, we have been very active, sir, in coordinating workshops and GIAN courses and training programs, conferences with the limited resources and facilities. But I am proud of my faculty colleagues and the coordinators for organizing all these things. And I wish you all the best for your nice stay and learning process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, now we have Professor Anindya Basu sir, who is currently the Dean Faculty Welfare and the Professor in the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering at NIT Rourkela. We are honored and humbled to have you with us today, sir. May I now kindly request you to share your valuable words and insights with us. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Professor Shahu, Professor Pathare, Professor Misra, and our coordinators who are very active over last few years, because I know that both of you invited few months back also. So, as a background of the institute, I must say that we have a very young workforce, mainly departments which are very young, like food process engineering, and under the able leadership of Professor Misra, it is growing day by day, and the department is very active in organizing these courses, which is very much the need of the time, because what I understand as an outsider in a technical purview, that processing of food and its its management to transportation and for long-term preservation, it is a new era in India, and it has very long-lasting research ability because it is growing day by day. And with this kind of program and able leadership of Professor Shahu, we have many GIAN courses have been organized. There is a possibility of networking across the world, and across the world what happens, suppose what is the food process engineering thought country-wise, that will be different from country to country, and that can improve the collaboration and research output. And not only the department, apart from the department, we have very young and large workforce, because we have a faculty strength of more than 420, and you know the student strength now around 8,000. And day to day we are going for a new project proposal, new avenue of research, and I'm happy to see that today, apart from the physical attendee, there will be many who are attending online, and it may bring you new avenue to you, and I request all of you to participate with encouragement, so that at the end of the 5th day, you can get something. With that, I will again thank the organizer for inviting me, and wish you all the best for the next 5 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. As a token of gratitude, may I now request Dr. Arun Prasath Venugopal sir to honor our chief guest, Professor Anindya Basu sir, with Uttariya. I request Arun sir to honor our keynote speaker of GIAN course, Professor Pankaj B sir, with Uttariya. May I now request Dr. Vivek Kambhampati sir to honor our guest of the honor and GIAN coordinator, Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu sir, with Uttariya. I request Dr. Vivek sir to honor our head of the department, Professor Sabyasachi Mishra sir, with Uttariya. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Vivek Kambhampati sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Food Process Engineering and Coordinator of this course, to propose vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, my faculty colleagues, my dear participants and students, good morning everyone. It is my privilege and honor to extend the vote of thanks on this special occasion of the inaugural session of GIAN course. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Education and IIT Hyderabad for their generous funding and support, which made this GIAN course possible. I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu sir, the institute level GIAN coordinator, for his valuable guidance and unwavering support throughout the planning and execution of the program. A special note of appreciation goes to our chief guest, Professor Anandya Basu sir, for gracing the occasion with his presence and for his encouraging words that inspire us all. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to our HOD of Food Process Engineering, Professor Sabyasachi Mishra sir, for his constant support, encouragement and belief in initiatives like this that add immense value to our academic pursuits. A big thanks to main course coordinator, Dr. Arun Prasath Venugopal, whose visionary thinking and hard work have brought us all together to this much needed course. This topic is indeed the need of an hour, and your dedication to this initiative is commendable, sir. A special thanks and heartfelt acknowledgement goes to our esteemed foreign expert, Professor Pankaj B sir, who has travelled all the way from Oman to be with us today. Your willingness to share your knowledge and wisdom on this critical topic is truly inspiring, and we are deeply grateful for your presence and valuable insights, sir. I would like to use this opportunity to share that we have received an overwhelming response to this particular course after the brochure was floated online. We received expression of interest from more than 100 people, out of which we carefully shortlisted 35 participants who are sitting here with us today. For those who did not get this chance, I encourage you to participate in the upcoming events and programs organized by our departments. I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the student coordinators, Sibo, Adipriya, Piyush, Ganga Kishore, Subhi Singh, Divya Darshini, Rashmi, Yuvraj and Shaktishree for their tireless efforts in ensuring that all the arrangements from materials to logistics were in place. Your hard work is truly appreciated. Finally, I would like to wish all the participants a warm and pleasant stay at NIT Rourkela. Our campus is not only beautiful and green, but also vibrant with intellectual energy and opportunities for growth. I encourage you to take full advantage of your time here academically and otherwise. Thank you all for enrolling for this course. I am confident that the knowledge you gain here will not only enhance your understanding but also help you to grow as individuals. Once again, thank you all for being here today, and I wish this GIAN course a great success. Thank you.
On the behalf of organizing committee of GIAN course, I would like to thank our chief guests and all other delegates. With this, we are winding up the inaugural ceremony and we will start our lecture series as per the schedule shortly. I request all the participants to be here after having high tea, which is arranged outside the hall. Thank you so much.
एक आपका वो उसका माइक है ना, आपका कॉर्डलेस का एक ले लो और इसका एक ले लो, ठीक है, समझ गए? ये अपने स्पीकर को दे देंगे, इसको एंकरिंग करनी होगी तो कॉर्डलेस से कर लेंगे। बोलो।
हेलो 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 1 2 3 माइक टेस्टिंग। हेलो 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 हाँ यार, हेलो 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 1 2 3 हेलो 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 हेलो, ठीक है, ये ठीक है, ये मैं यूज़ किया हूँ, ठीक है।
ठीक है, आप इसका करिए और एक और आप ऑडियो ले लीजिए एंकरिंग के लिए, वो एक वहाँ से माइक का आउटपुट है ना,
उसका ले लो। एंकरिंग हो गया पढ़ाई के समय?
नहीं नहीं, वो मतलब इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे ना तो 5 मिनट का होगा बस, उसके बाद आपको ये माइक चलाना, ठीक है, ज़्यादा ट्रांजिशन नहीं करना।
अच्छा, वो इंस्टीट्यूट करेंगे तो हम कैमरा से ले लेंगे, कैमरा का ऑडियो ले लेंगे।
कैमरा का ऑडियो उतना अच्छा नहीं आएगा,
तो
थोड़ा
लंबा
ऑर्गेनाइज
इंस्टीट्यूट
किया
करेंगे,
जाएगा।
लंबा इंस्टीट्यूट करेंगे। अच्छा, इसको बंद कर रहा हूँ ना।
इसको बंद कर दीजिए, होगा ये तो ज़्यादा।
Off ano?
Good morning all. I am Vivek Assistant Professor from Rajlakshmi Engineering College, Chennai. Good morning everyone. I am Vivek I am currently doing my Masters in Food and Nutrition Biotechnology in SRM. Good morning, myself Ananya Sarkar from SRM. I am doing Food and Nutrition Biotechnology. Good morning sir. My name is Shivali Sen. I am currently doing my MTech in Food Safety and Quality Management from SRM University. Good morning sir. Good morning everyone. My name is Jasmine Sahu. I am from CRK Bhopal. Currently I am PhD from Food Process Engineering.
Who's your supervisor there?
Dr. Arun. Good morning sir. My name is Vijay Rautri. I am from Sambalpur University. I am doing my Masters in Food Science and Technology. Good morning sir. Myself Lakshmi Brother. I am from Sambalpur University and I am doing Master in Food Science and Technology.
MSc or MTech?
Morning to all. Myself Rourkela, Department of Agriculture and Sambalpur University.
Good. Morning all. Myself Sultan and Good morning to all. Myself Saran from Department of Food Science Technology and Nutrition from Sambalpur University. Good morning sir. My name is Arun from Food Science Technology and Nutrition from Sambalpur University. Good morning to all. Myself Arun. I am doing the business from Sambalpur University. All this MSc is from Sambalpur have BTech or MSc in Science and Technology or from Hotel Bank? Only no, what's your undergraduate? Technology, biotechnology background? So botany, zoology.
Good morning everyone. My name is Arun. This is scholar at Postharvest Library, Department of Process Engineering. Good morning sir. My name is Manchuram. I'm currently doing my MTech in Food Nutrition and Biotechnology.
Happy morning to everyone. This is Arun Kumar from Qaboos, Tamil Nadu. I done my BTech in Food Processing Engineering in Carnegie University. I am currently pursuing my MTech in Food and Nutrition Biotechnology from SRM University.
Food and nutritional biotechnology.
Maybe this. Yeah. Oh no, probably this one row. No? Yeah.
So see, most of you are from science background. You are from SRM, engineering background. So the course
We just get what portal.
Engineering Insights for Postharvest Handling of Fresh Commodities. It will be very useful, I think. Most of you are masters and PhD background. So I think if you didn't select your research area so far, this particular workshop will aid you in such a way that the gaps, research gaps available in post-harvest handling of fruits and vegetables are fresh commodities
movie.
as well as it has to be live and it has to be weekly. Okay. So most of the lectures I am planning in such a way that the professor will deliver the lecture for 1 hour or 1 hour 10 minutes. And after that, we'll open the session for discussion.
Yeah.
So in that particular discussion,
No, you make it there.
15 minutes, 20 minutes of discussion every lecture. We expect 15 minutes of discussion after every lecture. So please note down your questions, whatever doubts you have in the lecture, and get it clarified then and there after the lecture. Okay. Most of you are from Odisha, you know the place well. I know you are maybe you are familiar with the place as well.
You need to press little hard.
It is connected on that now.
Okay. And mic is okay?
Yes, the mic is okay. It's going on.
Okay, so I'll just
आपने keep it in your
pocket. I will keep it in my pocket. Oh yeah. You would like to sitting from there or stand?
You can sit or you can stand.
Okay. You know, okay, I will stand. Is the yeah. Is moving up. Let me check. It's working. Okay, then so.
Just start after 5 minutes.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I am Vivideshni, Research Scholar, Department of Food Process Engineering. Welcome you all for the 5D GIAN launch Sustainable Approaches in Post-Harvest Handling and Value Addition of Fresh Produce. It's the time to start our first section of this session. It will be an immense pleasure for me to invite our speaker, Professor Pankaj B sir, for his first lecture. Session is over to you.
Okay, thank you. Just I'll check one time. Okay. Welcome all. And we start our first lecture on importance of post-harvest handling and in minimizing post-harvest losses. So this program, of course, thanks to organizers, this course under GIAN initiation, that's our theme for this one is sustainable approaches in post-harvest handling and value addition of fresh produce. Particularly the topic, mainly we're starting here, what is the food losses, when we say the post-harvest losses and what are the different approaches we can go to reduce that one. That is a quite important one. Before coming to the topic content, so just to brief about from where I came, actually I coming from Sultan Qaboos University, Oman. The university, one of the public university from the Oman and one top university from the Middle East area. Middle East area, you consider here the area with a desert, okay? So very less agriculture land, not, and whatever they limited, and condition, weather condition is harsh. So protection, prevention of fruit product is quite important there. And we have the group we call here post-harvest technology and value addition research group, where we're working there. So it's not, we can say the 6-7 people working on that one, where I am leading for that group. And one of the leading group from the Middle East part, where we publishing, and one book you may see there, because we have recently book on that area as well. That's a sustainable approaches in post-harvest handling and management. So we work in the different area of post-harvest, considering post-harvest handling, drying approach, different drying approaches, non-destructive techniques to check the food quality, value addition, and even in more detailing towards the non-destructive and cold plasma. So different approaches related to post-harvest. Whenever we get the opportunity to preserve the product, we're working on that one. So continue to back to our session again. So when we say what is the chances where we can minimize the food losses? So outline for one here, we start from the fresh produce, then post-harvest handling chain, and coming up to the what may be our different strategies. Because when you see the outline, what we know one thing about losses is there. And when your young researchers are there, we know the problem, we looking forward for the solution. What will be our strategy? How we can reduce the losses throughout the value chain. Now, from the agriculture side, one thing is clear here. When we talk about the post-harvest losses, is starting from the farm, and we say it's a whole chain and it to the consumer at the end. And whenever there are the losses, we need to see the opportunity where we can reduce or minimize that losses. Particularly as a recent lifestyle, people are more aware about their health. Okay, that's the reason we want good quality product, food product to eat. And that's the reason when the consumer, when we go to the market, we look the fruit quality. If it's good, its shape is good, smell is good, ripeness is good, appearance is good, all the factors we check. And whatever the nutritional things, what we expected from the fruits or vegetable, it is expected to be there. Okay, and recent trend actually, because when we see the last 10 to 15 years, the awareness is too higher, and that's the reason. Another side we see, before it was a dream in India actually, if you go 15 years back, selling the fruits and vegetable in the supermarket, in the mall with the air condition. Mostly the trends was that it's in the streets, harsh weather condition, they sell, people will take that one. But the scenario changed because consumer approach changed. People are more aware their health. Okay, and what we consider here, at the same time, as a population increasing, but at the same time there is a worldwide production of fruits and vegetable also increasing, and it was tended around 20% rise in the fruits and vegetable comparatively to the previous time. And when about fresh produce, particularly fruits and vegetables, is like a quite different than the whatever approaches in handling. Okay, why? Every fruits have their different requirement. Okay, because if you consider if it's a banana or apple, we cannot treat them at the same way. Their handling, their transportation, their packages, everything is different. And particularly the approaches, in processing approaches, what we look here, it changes from product to product. Even not only product to product, even variety to variety, it changes. If you consider the apple, what we're getting from the Kashmir, or apple getting from Australia, they require a little bit different treatment or different processing approach. So idea with our post-harvest handling complete chain to preserve the product, extend the shelf life, but at the same time, what is important here, not to compromise the quality of the product. So that's maybe the final approach whenever we talk about, when we apply our post-harvest handling chain. Okay, so now that's a typical one. Okay, nothing changed in that one. That's a typical post-harvest supply chain. From we start from the farm where we harvest fresh produce, any kind of fresh produce, and then supply chain is throughout. Actually, it may be how selection of product as per our requirement. We base on selection, grading, sorting, packaging is there, transportation is there, storing for if there is a no demand in the market, we need to store for transportation, and finally it come to the market, to the consumer. If you consider that long post-harvest value chain, typical value chain, get the product damage at every time. There is a chances product may damage get in the farm, product get in the back house where we are storing for longer period with different storage condition. During transportation, even the storing, and even the market level. So there are chances our product may get damaged. So sometimes we need to see the approach, what kind of approaches we need to check there. Sometimes preservation methods, sometimes handling approaches. So as per the requirement, we can look for the what may be our strategy to reduce that one. For example, if we getting the apple from here, mostly we can say it coming from Himachal or Kashmir, and I believe it has a distance not less than 1500 kilometers, and transportation typically in our parts is maybe road transport. So when the product reaching from the road transport, it may be completely get damaged if they not look for the proper transportation, proper packaging, and how even the human behavior in terms how the driver driving the truck or trailer. So that all the factors may be considered here damaging one. Or if you storing that one, if there is a particularly if you see in the market, sometimes we get the apple from Australia or US or another market, and now we can come here one thing, the apple maybe they store it for 6 months, and after 6 months it's coming to the market here with a similar condition. Even we cannot able to identify that's a fresh apple or 6 months store apple with the improvement of the technology for this one. So now we can all deal here in the post-harvest chain from the farm to the market. Market means you can consider our consumer level, because at the end, who are the end user for that product? That's we as a consumer, because all the approaches, all the techniques is for that one. At the end, it product reach to the consumer, it's supposed to be good quality without compromising. So another trend here, why the losses is quite important to estimate this one. What is the estimate now? Now our population around 7 billion. And when we come here by 2050, a population growing by more than 9 billion. Of course, when there is a population higher, they require more food. One approach maybe increase the production. But at the same time, we are aware that we are losing arable land due to urbanization or other factors, even the climate change. When you have less land and your population is quite high, and at the same time, when we wasting the product or due to post-harvest damage, it means we are wasting the resources as well. Because now we say there is an innovation from different aspects from the agriculture side, even the biotech, other approaches to improve the production, increase the production. But when we getting the production, we using a lot of resources, and at the end, we get the final yield, final product, and we're not protecting that one. So indirectly, we are wasting all that resources, and that's maybe we need to think for that one as well. When with the post-harvest approach we are using, we are also keeping that resources in the same way. And the magnitude wide you can see here, that may be terms, those who read about post-harvest things, you always come here, the worldwide around 1/3 produce never reach to the consumer. We see the whole post-harvest value chain, and that product may be damaged in some parts. It will never reach. And 1/3 it's like an estimation, and if you see the developing world, it may be go up to 50 to 60% losses. So 1/3 population, and then it comes here, the number they give here, 1.3 billion tons the product, okay, 1.3 billion tons of the product. And now you can consider here what is the magnitude of that one. This magnitude, if they save 1% from that one, they can feed whole African continent for a year. That is the big magnitude of that one. So when we see the number, 1/3 what nothing, but the magnitude is too high for this one. And they can feed 1.6 billion people. And but now you see here how much money-wise, monetary side, they're losing is more approximately 940 billion per year. And now you see the number that one, okay, if you take top 500 fortune companies, the profit of that one, all 500 is less than that one. So just to get the idea, when we talk about post-harvest, how big magnitude for that one and what is the potential for this one. If we save 2% losses, 1 to 2% losses from this one, we able to feed whole African continent. And money-wise, because we all talk about 500 top companies, Apple, Amazon or something, that top 500 companies profit is less than that one, means is quite high for this post-harvest one. And at the same time, we have post-harvest losses, means food losses from farm to the consumer side. And at the same time, there was another things, food insecurity. There is a population, they not get enough food. Even, okay, African continent news we always said, but sometimes even from India, we read that news. People not get sufficient food to eat. And that one about the food security, and now we are coming with the new terms that we call the nutritional security. Because at the same time we talk here, the people supposed to get the food what their human body requires, that nutrition is supposed to be there. That's a fulfill their requirement, what the daily requirement there. So concerning with this one, all that one, to reduce the food insecurity, reduce the losses, and maybe the food losses, maybe the means reduce the food losses, maybe the well answer for that such questions actually. So it may help here to get for the food security. At the same time, people may get the food with what they desiring for this one. And and the losses, the approaches, strategy from the what's supposed to be approaches we use in the farm side itself, what approaches we supposed to use in the transportation, what approaches supposed to be in the handling side. And mostly the losses what we see here, this may be improper practices in the throughout the value chain, and that's a common, because particularly if you have the food background and you can see in the market how the people handle the food. Sometimes we see the food in the one trailer, they mix different foods in the one trailer, transportation is not proper, sometimes packaging is tear packages, sometimes boxes were filled. So all that things they do during food handling. And now the picture actually, because it's something similar approaches, similar things what we see in the India as well. Sometimes how they handle the product, how they keeping here, because now when I see in the outside in the market, because we in the supermarket, different countries, different parts, India is one of the largest producer of the banana, okay, and it's not about the quality of the product is less, but when it reaches to the market, they're not able to pay the price what supposed to get. Because suppose I work in the UK, South Africa or Ireland, and different supermarket, whenever Indian products comes there, the price is almost 20 to 30% lesser, even for the banana. The quality what we say, the banana coming from Philippines or Ecuador, is a little different, a little bit higher than the banana coming from the Indian one. And sometimes the losses, the ignorance, particularly in that one, all stakeholders, they contributed towards the losses. Sometimes the losses from the farmer side, sometimes from the trader, sometimes from the processor, or from the handler. So different stakeholders who is contributing for that, the losses. And another part here, because we may aware that because we are the technical side people, okay, we can advocate based on our technical expertise to reduce that one. But at the same time, there may be one parallel things what they require, one what we say, train the people, particularly in the post-harvest side, who is involved in that particularly post-harvest value chains. It may be farmer, because he know how to produce, but he don't have the technical knowledge how to preserve that one, how to maintain the quality of that product. In the similar way, the for processor, for transporters, or for the traders. So everyone have their role, their contribution towards that losses particularly. And what's our idea here? It's supposed to overcome. It's supposed to opposite to that one. And developing what another issue when we say one third losses of post harvest, and particularly in developing world, sometimes it goes more than 60%, 70% losses. They never reach. There are some reasons, even the infrastructure, weather conditions, because it requires some resources, some investments for this one. And that is also some concern here. And that's why in developing world, the losses for post-harvest side is always higher actually. Okay. And then probably that is a commonly term actually. Sometimes in the post-harvest losses, we come in the two ways actually. One is the qualitative and quantitative. And for the qualitative losses, what we consider here, in Indian market, what we see the approach in the supermarket, we go there, we see the product. Suppose good apple, he keep the 2-3 different categories of fruits. Apple, suppose, and he say, okay, this is 200, this is 150, this is 100. And he give the opportunity to consumer actually to select this one based on that one. So once there is a degradation in the quality of the product, ultimately they will reduce the price of the product. Some way, because it's not suitable for the consumption, they need to discard. So both way is like a monetary loss. Sometimes it's like a landfilling the product, and when the quality reduction in the product by fetching, suppose good apple supposed to sell by 200 rupee kg and they are forced to sell by less than 100, or sometimes discard as a landfills. So both way is a loss of the product. In developing world there was, but when we see the developing part, that's again directly is goes to the landfill, the waste of the product. Okay. So now when we come here, the summarizing post-harvest lesson and the approaches and things here, what we see here, if in the post-harvest value chain, what we one thing is there, we always mention one thing, the product supposed to be grade and sort properly. Okay, there are reasons as a consumer what they expect when we getting the box of apple, supposed to be similar maturity, similar size, similar color. That's what I expected. Because the issue here, sometimes we not keep in the same maturity, same ripeness. Some product may be ripe earlier, some late. And due to this one, the product we not want to keep it, sell it faster with the ripeness, it may also get the issues and damaging the product. So first one what we say here, when we not able to sort the product, and sometimes the product due to damage due to handling, we call it bruising. Okay, so chances are there when we transporting, like for example you consider when we transporting the one product from north part of India to the Chennai, or from Chennai to northern parts of India, If product get damaged initially, then that bruises may increase and it's a chance to grow the microorganisms easily in that part. If the container, it may be chances get a damaged whole container. If the product we are exporting from the country to another country, like for example from the ship, from port, if it's European market, it may take more than 2 weeks during the transportation. If your product already damaged in the box, what will happen? All the box may be get damaged and product may be rejected at the end level. So rough and excessive handling, because the people, if not properly handled, maybe sometimes box may fall down when we're arranging the stacks, not properly stacked. So bottom product may be experience excessive load and that may be get damaged. Sometimes your package may be get teared up. And one thing again in the developing part, probably that may be the some where they require more investment, particular storage condition, because every product we get here, every product have their specific requirement for temperature management. Like for example, if it's a tomato, we cannot store tomato at the refrigerated condition. We still keep the practice, we keep in the refrigerator, but that's not optimal temperature to keep the tomato. Okay. So for example, that the best temperature what we aware that tomato is about 10 degrees Celsius. And in the refrigerator, what in the refrigeration chamber is around 4 degrees Celsius. Similar way, if it's apple, 4 degrees. If it's orange, they have different requirement. If banana, around 13 to 14 degrees Celsius. Every product have different requirement for temperature and humidity when we store the product for long-term storage and long-term transportation. If it is not maintained properly, we not expect the product shelf life is extended or maintain the quality. And what is the another scenario in the market, what we say about still in India, mostly fruits and vegetables what we selling here on the street. So the concern to protect or manage the temperature is quite long away. Only now in some areas where they are able to maintain temperature with local approaches, even the evaporative cooling chamber and things they are using for this one. Then improper transportation practice. Improper, what I mean here, sometimes some products releasing ethylene, like for example banana or mango. If we store the product with another one which is sensitive to ethylene, what will the another product may get damaged or not making that desirable quality. Even the cushioning for now you get here like a product like a strawberry, which may be quite delicate. Okay, and if we roughly handled or transporting roughly, it may get damaged very faster. So that is also need to check here. And the packaging. So all that one which is leading towards the losses, and we can see the consequences what will happen. Of course, reduced marketability means we need to sell the product at lower prices, product quality, because darkening and damaging it will happen. The nutritional part now, it may come from the proteins, solids, soluble solids, or even the off flavor that may be we can expect from that product. Another one, like always from the consumer side, the weight of the product, because if it's a product is damaged during that, but it will loses the moisture very fast. So indirectly, the sellable weight for the product get reduced. So that also concern here. And if the damage is little higher, means if we have the product, it will fall down, it get damaged today, because the damage is not appear instantly. Okay, it may take some products from 24 hours to 72 hours to see this one. And when our consignment in the product we are transporting, and we are keeping the damaged product, after 72 hours it may be getting to visible and starting the damaging though. So there is a chances to get that initial mechanical damage, it may be increment for the bruising. So it may be get bigger damage one. Okay, and now for this one, because always we come in the solution side and concern side, one is the always we talk about the management of the temperature, and if you consider the post-harvest studies, the temperature management always play the critical role. So the concern sometimes here, at what stages we are preserving the product, for how much period we like to keep the product, and as we aware now little bit that every product, every fresh product, because biological material is a little bit difficult to maintain because it changes with the product to product, variety to variety, as well as their maturity stages. Okay, with their maturity stages, and the consumer what they're looking for, that one at the end, it's supposed to be maintained throughout storing period. Then we have coming after this one the cold chain. That's a concept now everyone coming in that one, that horticulture product, particularly fruits and vegetable, we used to use the concept of cold chain. And of course it requires quite huge investment, and at the same time some studies they try to use some local approaches, even some use the local market like a gunny bag spraying water, evaporative cooling. But from long term, if you expecting the products to send to the international market, they need to come here how the approach will come with cold chain one. So of course the cold chain, whenever we say the temperature management, particularly during from the storage, even your transportation vehicle is maintained with the optimized one. And recent trend is that one, when we cold chain, we're looking here, it's not about the temperature management now using of AI, IoT, that's supposed to, okay, if the temperature is increased, that may be indicated directly, okay, we expect the temperature for apple storage supposed to be 4 degrees Celsius throughout the journey from Simla to the Chennai, and the temperature is not maintained, so it will get an indication directly with the IoT help. Okay, the sensor is not working, or what's supposed to be our approach to maintain that one. And so even if it's again what we when we say the give the example of tomato, that tomato we're not supposed to, because commonly we store in that tomato in the refrigerator, and where mostly in the refrigerator side the temperature what we maintain around 4 degree 5 degrees Celsius, and that is a 10 degrees Celsius. If we keep it for longer period, what we expect is a chilling injury for the product. And if it is excess, that will expect high respiration, high transpiration, and ethylene, high ethylene release one. So both way is not good, even the quite high, quite low. So we need to go with the optimal condition one, because banana is the best example actually. When we say, when we keep the banana from outside and with high respiration, high transpiration, and high release of ethylene one, if it's once released the ethylene one, we cannot maintain or cannot storage the product for longer period, because after that one with the stages, it's coming the stage of ripening to the last stage of the senses, means product is supposed to be discarded. So whatever, because all the post-harvest approaches, they, if you go in the more detailing, we can find here, we need to do with the optimized maturity stages. Once the product getting ripening one, with maybe naturally with our artificial way ripening one, we cannot control now that condition. Okay. Then this link, even the whole chain, what we say, the transport and transportation, what we still up to now, what we feel, that's a very critical one, but most ignored in the post-harvest value chain. People, what they concern here, they produce the quality product, but after that, if you consider here, because still in India, we have varieties of product, but different region. If we talk about apple, if we talk about our banana from the sometimes Maharashtra, sometimes from the Kerala, even mango from different parts, and that's exchanging or transporting product from one place to another place. And what we rely on up to now commonly is a road transport, okay, road transport. And if you consider the trailer, what they using for that one is not up to that mark. I still, what we have the experience up to now, maybe less than 10% transportation, like they are equipped with proper vehicle to transport the product. Otherwise, their approach just have to normal boxes, keeping sometimes the boxes even the sharp edge, because storing product is sometimes challenging. If we consider the boxes coming from sometimes plastic containers, sometimes our corrugated one and wooden one, and sometimes they just have the bulk fruits they keep in the vehicle to transport that one. And now consider here with the road condition, our parts maintaining the high speed, and the approaches are different here. Sometimes due to vibration, even if we in the humpy road, if we sit in the car, we experience that vibration. Now if the product is there, it experience this one. Experience with the time period after 24 hours get damaging one. Sometimes it's a fruit to fruit collision, sometimes fruit to wall collision. That all things will be there. And then particularly the maturity stages always we keep in this one. If it's not in the same maturity level we transport it, some product get, because of the vibration, the respiration, transpiration will be extended, even the ethylene release one, and some products may get early ripening. Okay, that is not expected. And now that ripening is the one issue always. If in the one box, one banana get a ripe one, it releases ethylene. Now it accelerates the ethylene process for the other product. So your whole box or sometimes whole container maybe get a ripe one. So our idea here, we can send in the proper maturity product to the destination. So after that it may go to the consumer, and the ripening stage they may do as per the market requirement. But now here forced to them to sell it as soon as product is there, or sometimes product may get damaged even. Then proper packaging, proper handling, and the packages in our case, not our case actually, I can say, is a worldwide. Packaging is still worldwide. Now you consider here the post-harvest product, as before I mentioned, they using different types of packaging. It may be corrugated, plastic, or sometimes wooden. And the challenging here, there is no regulation how to make your package. Okay, that's in the packaging industry, fruit packaging industry particularly, boxes one, there is no thumb rule. The processor, the industry person, they make their packages how they want. Okay, why am I talking this one? Fruits and vegetables is like a living thing, and they respires. Okay, when they respires, they require O2, they release CO2. Accumulation of CO2 also not good here. Whatever accumulation there, we need to take that out, take that out. Otherwise, it may accumulate CO2. What will happen there? They'll accumulate the heat. If the product get damaged, it may heat up, release the water, even you can see that the temperature spot there, temperature requirement. So that excess CO2 and excess heat, we need to take it out. That's why we can see the fruit packages, that corrugated one, have some holes. We call it ventilations, ventilated holes actually. Just the idea here, whatever that excess heat and CO2, accumulated CO2, it may go out from that one. But now the challenge here always there, how much, where, how much, where, that all things will be there actually. And so that will be the one strategy for, now you are the young researchers here, one thing to get here, what may be the optimum, how much ventilation is supposed to be there for different product, and what location, because it may not compromise the strength of the package as well. So that is also linked with the packaging and the packages we use in the transportation. And so here some studies, what we found here in African, what we did, due to transportation, approximately 20% losses due to only transportation one, which is the ignored part. Okay, so one thing what we see in the transportation side, what type of product we are keeping, and during transportation, even the cold chain, cold things, and the cold air, when we passing from the product, it comes out through the product, cooling down the product, taking the excess heat from the product, and they make layer the ventilation properly, and the temperature, when we looking for that one, idea here always supposed to be excess, not to get excess vibration to the product. So next stage, the transportation, where we link more towards the packaging. We supposed to have the proper packaging. That's a similar way before, if we consider 10 years back or 15 years back, our car seat and how we getting nowadays to release from the jerk or something, even the tractor, because how the seat they used to have. And in again the transportation, another thing is important here. Probably you see the trailer when they keep the product at what location, at the bottom layer, middle layer, or top layer, in the rear side, back side, where we keeping, and how we fill that vehicle. So all the factors is important here, the transportation side. And at the same time, some parts maybe as a researcher we can expect, but some parts not. For example, road condition. If it's expressway, we know the road condition, but it's a farm level side. What about a road condition? Then the approach from the driver. So sometimes nowadays the companies who is retailing in this one, they have tracking. So they maintain the vehicle speed. If you traveling with the fruits and vegetables, you're supposed to maintain that much speed throughout their journey. If it's higher than that one, that is also not expected. Ignores from that one. And what is the shock absorption? Then we come with the package. Now we can see here different packages. If you ask someone working, some researchers, they may work on the packaging side, because there are a lot of benefits from packaging: protection, preservation, display, and lot of things. And what we're looking here, when we're keeping the product, it's supposed to be safe here, and the purpose of preservation is supposed to be solved with the help of packaging. And we can see here the last one, the corrugated one, where we see the small holes sometimes when we say the product respires and things. And the corrugated one, the challenging with the corrugated one again, first one I said about the ventilation. Now it's a paper-based material. It's a paper-based material. And at the same time, when we're dealing with the fresh fruits and vegetables, we like to store it in a lower temperature and high humidity. So paper-based material means it's absorbing the moisture indirectly. When it's absorbing moisture, strength of the package will go down. So that is the some challenging part here. So okay, that's the problem we're discussing here, but we need to look for the solution. And how much? Then different packages, plastic, that's small punnets. From the strawberry, they are looking for this one. Sometimes we can experience this one when we're doing the packages. If they want the cushioning at one side, bottom side, top side, or whole package. Because two things always need to check here in the packaging side. What the industry want. Industry want here, the product supposed to be safe, but at the same time at minimum cost. That's another one the food industry want. They want solution, but the cost supposed to be not high. When we say we want a cushioning means more packaging. But at the same time, their idea here, the cost supposed to be minimal. So we look for something optimized solution to come in this way. We proper packaging with optimized condition one. But the most common in the local market, that's the plastic crates and the wooden one. But in the both cases, the challenge here, it has a sharp edges and the sideline product always get damaged easily. So different approaches we may come in the solution side where we can think for this. And particularly all that handling from the farm to reaching to the consumer are whole our idea here. We want to reduce or minimize the losses, because it's like a dreaming thing. When I say we can go up to the whatever 30%, we not. That's the reality, this one. But up to certain percentage where we can protect the product, we can reduce the product. Okay. So of course the farmer side, what we challenging here, they may get little better money from the all the stakeholders, farmer, processor, traders, everyone is involving there. Less landfill, better utilization of the product, and getting good quality product towards the food security, nutritional security, and at the same time social development goal UN 1 we can achieve with the help to reducing food loss. And what again good part with this one, if we have the approach techniques to reduce, now because we just are getting some ideas here, some products still we get a seasonal, okay, like a lychee we cannot get whole year, okay, and like some may be aware about custard apple, okay, it's a seasonal product. And like for example, we have the apple we get whole year, if not from India we get from outside. Banana we get whole year. The availability of product is completely, but maximum research side if you check is happening on apple, happening on banana. If you consider for the lychee, it's a limited area product, but there is not that much research on this one where we can keep the product for. Or the custard apple when the season is like they sell it very low prices, because when and I was there outside, when I check the prices you consider 10 times higher than here. But the idea with that, such we know the shelf life of that product is quite low, we cannot keep the product for longer. But when they look for the research side, the idea from like a new young generation researcher, how we can extend the shelf life of such product. It may be packaging size, storage types, to where we can extend that one, or we can harvest at proper maturity that maybe keep the product for longer. So that may, what will happening here, first one, of course income will be increased, but at the same time for consumers the window will be increased. So they may get the product for longer period. Okay. Then the approach here for the, when we say the environmental benefit side, of course, it may be reduce the waste because we have much utilization from the product, so landfill supposed to be less in this case. So less waste, less landfill. Okay, and whatever the resources we are using to producing the product, at the same time we are preventing these losses here. And all that one SDG goals towards the food security, poverty reduction, reducing hunger, ultimately link towards our ultimately link our sustainability and reducing the food losses. Particularly the UN goal 12.3 is specifically mentioned about the importance of reducing the post-harvest losses. Then we come in the overall idea here, what's the problem, how it's happening. But once we know the problem, as a researcher side, we come to know here what may be our strategy now. So that's what we're looking here, okay? Because everyone doing here master, PhD, and once you did your research, you coming some output, what we expected something, where we, in some area where we can contribute to reduce that losses. Sometimes maybe it's like we are with a different techniques, packaging side, storing side, or in a whole chain, maybe some parts where we contribute as a researcher. So, but with the approaching this way, firstly, once we come the completely idea here, what's the problem? So that's why what we come here, the strategy, particularly we must aware what the product we are dealing. Okay, it's like what type of fruits is a climatic, non-climatic, or at the same time how it's handling. It may be get damaged easily, not, because in this part even some fruits, actually what I read some articles from this one, even the wood apple or elephant apple. So we aware this one, this product is quite hard, actually it's not easily damaged with the transportation or things. So what type of product we are looking for? What's our target? Are we looking here for locally selling this one, making for the industry to make some new product, or transporting area where we are looking, and what's our target? Then even from the storage side, that is always important. What's our optimum storage condition we are keeping, for how much period, short period, long period. Storage and transportation is a distance, means it's a country wise, inside, outside, proper temperature control with the adequate aeration. Now why we require aeration, that's maybe getting ideas here. Product respires, so excess heat supposed to be as CO2 supposed to be go out. That's why they always come here, they supposed to have proper air circulation system in the storage as well as the transportation. Okay, at the same time with temperature, with the product which require high humidity with a low temperature, that's supposed to maintain, particularly some root vegetable, they're looking for the high humidity side. But cold chain, now that the concept we are hearing from long period, but now in the cold chain, now the idea here they link with AI, IoT, particularly the industry 4 approach. This is supposed to be Internet of Things that link with this one. They will indicate directly, at the same time using the artificial intelligence for this side, and that may be helping here whenever you looking for the trailer or faker. It's like a monitor completely and sensing properly. Then the success, particularly getting the product at the end with a good quality one, how we using the transportation, that's why I'm telling this one. But the starting point in the whole case, the selection of the product. Okay, the maturity for probably those are from the agriculture background, you probably aware about this one, that the different growth stages of the product from the growth, maturation, ripening and senses. So particularly at what level, because what's your consumer demand? You cannot go, if you want to send your product for the international market, it takes 2 weeks to transport and you go for early late maturity. So you need to select particularly with that idea of one where your specific consumer one, and at the same time, suppose we are selling the product from, we harvested the product, sometimes banana from the Maharashtra, and want to sell in the Odisha. It may require 2 days to reach here. If they have the facility ripening one, if not, what about this one? They go for the late maturity and send the product. So based on that one, you need this one, what is the maturity, proper maturity we are harvested. And again, when we go for the late maturity of the product, one thing is that product become soft, that's towards the ripening stages. And transportation also is like a issues again, the vibration and things. And it may be not only changing the appearance side, what we say color, texture, but at nutritional changes also, a lot of nutritional changes also inside one. And particularly that's the one ideal condition they consider, but sometimes it's not practical. Like what we say is the transit time supposed to be less. But one thing what they considered here when they said transit time, as soon as we harvested the product, the post harvest your approaches supposed to deal as soon as possible, not to delay in this one. Because if we consider, there was one study actually, what they considered here, if we after harvesting the product, if we delay for 6 hour product, you are losing its shelf life for 1 week. Particularly is the considering the storage life, not for the is particularly apple and things. So you need to like a pre-cooling, the farm level, the sorting you can do as soon as possible, not to dealing this one. And improper packaging and stacking arrangement, because this is something what we are telling is something not new, because you may seen this one in the market, how they arranging, how they handling, how they arranging the stacks. Because whenever we see in the market line, because we also visited, sometimes they arranging and suddenly we found the bottom box is tear up, the product may completely come out. So this supposed to be, all things supposed to be implement, checking properly and continuously from this one. Okay, nowadays everyone, because recent advancement, like when I say the sensing technology, but now that sensors is more linked with the IoT. Nowadays everyone talking this one, and that is the area where we can implement easily Internet of Things to monitor all parameters, at the same time maintain and control throughout the whole transport line. Now some studies actually what we say, okay, we using the packages, they may get damaged. Sometimes when we stacking, sometimes fruit falling. As a research level, what our approach, sometimes we do in the practical side, but at the same time, there was one what I say simulated study. So in the lab base, we can do some simulated, means mimicking the real world transportation, real world dropping, real world transportation. That's a mimicking in the lab level, and then based on that one, you can use your more engineering, like modeling approaches to solve that issue. You may use finite element one, even the CFD one, all that approaches to solve that one, and the optimized solution probably in the long term. And probably as the engineering students, maybe they have the idea why we use the simulation, because making such studies as a research level, all in the field, many things, time consuming, resources, lot of resources, but once you get in the simulated what, or sometimes trans simulated, some real, some simulated. Then for packaging material, we advocating for the number of packaging material, but one of the best one is like what may be the locally available solution, but how best we can use from that one. That's always looking for the packaging side. But packaging side always come in that one when we look for the solution. One thing is clear here, the package supposed to have the protection. So when the product is vibrating, suppose when I say the simulated, so just to get idea here, when we're driving the truck by 120 kilometer or 80 kilometers, 60 kilometers, we get the threshold. We get the threshold for this one, and that maybe we can utilize properly. Similar way, the packaging, what type of cushioning, up to what layer, 2-layer package, 3-layer package, that's all with the simulation we get the idea, and then we can implement, and then we have comparing their studies. Just idea here to get minimum damage for the product. Then now we have the control storage, and probably those who are aware about control storage, the still India we are using, but not up to that level. The apple, initially when I say one thing, that's a we get sometimes the apple from the Australia maybe 6 months old, or even up to 1 year, because with the control storage, that's a very good concept here. By maintaining, modifying and maintaining the air composition, what we able to do for some products, we can protect the product for a year. But that's a apple one, some apple variety they store up to a year, means when we say that there is a no, sometimes you go market and we never see there is a no apple in the market, sometimes local, sometimes outsides. Like in our case, we get a seasonal apple from the Kashmir or Himachal from limited period, but sometimes the Australian we get whole year, because they have the apple coming not fresh with the control storage one, and we even it's difficult to see as a consumer that's a 6-month-old apple. It looks like a same way, okay, not because they maintain all the condition this way. And some studies, particularly some products still they're doing on, like a pomegranate also we can extend up to 3 months. For strawberry, it may go up to month, okay. But some products, what we say, some Indian products specifically, where the more study is required, but still we can say here not much documented in that way, in the modified control storage one. Then packaging one, packaging, every product require different types of packaging. 2-3 years back, what we see in the market for the custard, but at least in the custard nowadays we can see sometimes in the market they try to keep some individual wrapping or individual packaging, paper packaging, but now they looking here the cushioning material is a low cost at the same time, because industries, one thing, your best solution they will not accept sometimes. You can come here very best solution, but at the same time the cost, because their profit margin, and if the food product, if it's a high cost or low cost, but always they want the cost supposed to minimize. So when we using more cushioning, means it increase the cost. Increase the cost for the package itself. Package is bigger, you can keep lower boxes in the transportation, lower boxes in the storage, so it may increase longer times. Then what type of insulation is locally available, cheaper? So all the option, all the alternative, we need to check for this one. And the containers, one thing what we make here, clean, smooth and ventilated. Ventilated containers is the concept where we have the openings, okay. They have the openings for the product, and clean and smooth, because sometimes they use the reusable container, okay. First time they transport one consignment, second time also. The challenge here, some products may be damaged in initial stage, they are still there when we are using for the next. So that's supposed to be clean here, and smooth edges, sharp edges supposed to be avoided during the transportation side. So this is overall what we say here, different strategies towards post-harvest handling transportation for the product. And like as a researcher, we do in the lab scale experimentation, and what may be the possibility we can make it upper scale, because what in the lab scale, what we do in the very small experiment, that's a possibility we need. For the quality control or quality maintaining, particularly AI, like imaging, spectroscopy, advanced technology, that maybe we come in some session after this one. People expect that one because they want to reduce the interference of the human being, particularly when we're talking about the quality of the product. So now we can see in the research side, in the particularly fresh produce, lot of studies based on image processing, different imaging actually, hyperspectral NRI or different imaging, as well as spectroscopy, because ultimately now the research with the engineering, when you're coming the AI and we need to implement, and industry, there are two things probably you heard about. They call it industry 4, okay, new regulation in the AI. Industry 4 where we are applying, and industry 4 parallelly it goes as a food 4, okay, food 4, and that may be integrated with AI, Internet of Home, digital twins, all the approaches together to prevent the food products. Okay. So this what we approaches the strategies, and even more detailing actually, because what we say is a very brief one, but in our coming session we may check in the more deep all the sessions here. So now the summarize, when we come here, this one we consider here when we're talking about the post-harvest handling from starting to the end, there is a lot of places where chances of get the product damage, but at the same time, as a researcher side, what we expect here, where we have the possibility, what approaches, what opportunity for us to maintain and look the opportunity to reduce that losses, all about the post-harvest. And some products are sensitive, so we are not to take care of all the factors, all the parameters to maintain this one. Okay, that's our group here from the post-harvest chain. So I just come here with this one. So now we'll come in this one, and probably I will now like to discuss some your ideas, concept, your queries regarding this one. So I will stop with the lecture now with this one. Yes, please. Yeah. Food 4. Yeah, food 4. The like industry 4. Okay, it coming like when we using particular, now is the one stage of AI. We are using AI, Internet of Things, and digital twins in this one. Okay, so this is a new approach, particularly we are using this one. Okay, so it's a number 4 actually. Yeah. Yeah. Particularly there is a challenge with this one, but what type of cushioning material? Now what you thinking that one, we are keeping something so it will blocking the air, so we're not talking, but sometimes the cushioning with coming with different way, sometimes individual fruits actually, because we need to maintain this one, we cannot block that openings. Okay, so we have different approaches in the cushioning, not only the just layering that one. Okay. Particularly sometimes there is a like a foam type material, that's the individual one that we can use with the individual product, but with a small one. Then particularly they in the cushioning ones, another things what they do, the bottom side of the package they give the directly cushioning on that one, so the vibration from the bottom side it may stop. So that way factors actually, but it completely depends what type of product we are using this one. If it's like custard apple things, for maybe we prefer maybe individual packaging rather than this one. But if like apple or something, maybe it's better just we have the layer of cushioning material where we can put the product, then again layer, but the layer maybe when we arrange the packaging should not block your ventilation. That's a possibility with this one. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So actually my question is, what are the methods and researches we can use so that we can develop the ethylene production?
Probably your question, you want a ripening methods or we can want to preserve before ripening? No, after ripening is a quite challenging task, okay, after ripening, because the product after ripening now, once it ripening, now if you try to prevent this one, it may be give undesirable changes in the product after ripening one. The challenge here, you need to, you try to get a strategy to preserve your product before going to the ripening one. It's not something we cannot delete after ripening, but the challenge here, lot of undesirable changes that is not expected with the product, it will happen. Okay. Okay. Particularly what the temperature we are keeping for the custard apple? Probably we expect quite high that temperature, because it's like ambient conditions 25 minutes quite high one. The two things we come with the what is the optimum storage temperature, because that's maybe I suggest you for the are you doing PhD or master? Okay, so I suggest you to not to go with only one temperature. So you combine with the at least minimum 3 temperature to 4 temperature, but ambient condition it may be higher. Okay, that's sure. So then the optimizing one low temperature, because I still feel is a fruit sensitive, the quite low temperature maybe not work for that custard apple, it may go again undesirable one, but above 10 degrees Celsius it may be come in this one, and also link with the maturity stage, at what level we are harvesting the product. That may be approach need to use this one. So you get a ethylene release is higher when you do the coating, because my concern here with the temperature, main concern with your storage condition is the temperature particularly. No, I concern here actually, because now in the coating what we happening here, you are reducing the respiration from the product and as well as the transpiration of the product. But the ethylene release is like an internal one. Okay, internal one is linked with the more to the ripening stage. Yeah. Okay. Even your query, we can have the time to discuss more. Even this one. Okay. So. Uh, so any even if your queries, even we can discuss during another break as well. But at the end, actually, so one thing you can get here, because you are all researchers, okay? Sometimes you are looking for research question, research problem, research solution. So think little bit that way, actually, as you are working in that field. What's supposed to be our ideas, what's supposed to be our problem, and how we are looking toward the solution side. It may be product may be changing here, and is that implementing in our side or not? That's another. But the concept ideas is the similar way it goes. Okay. 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 Then thank you for your attending. Okay. We stop now here. Yeah. Please. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. No, particularly what we considering here, when we transportation side particularly, is more toward the mathematical one. What we are doing with the finite element one, we are mimicking the product in the small finite one. What will happen? The product will drop something here. It will not damage from all side. It may be damaged from particular one side. When we use the finite element, we use the simulation condition. The product in the simulation, that finite element model, it will drop something here, and we able to identify which location. So just mimicking with the real one with the modeling side, and then it is helping you to make the better solution. It may be for packaging as well as for the fruit directly. Thank you. Okay, then thank you all. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Please keep your ID cards together, like don't miss it, and
வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்களா? யாருமே வரலையா? சரி ஓके मैं यहाँ पे आ जाऊँगा ऐसा यहाँ हो जाएगा या वहाँ खड़ा हो जाना है? यहाँ आ जाएगा, वहाँ से मुझे अच्छे से नहीं दिख रहा है।
अच्छा, आप सामने आओगे क्या?
यहाँ आ जाऊँगा, हाँ यहाँ। फिश लैपटॉप है क्या? लैपटॉप है अभी? वहाँ पे रख दो, मैं इससे चेंज करता हूँ क्योंकि वो पीछे देख के दिक्कत हो जाएगी। हाँ लैपटॉप रखने के लिए बोल रहा हूँ। हाँ पेनड्राइव है, ये दोनों में चेंज करूँगा। बायो सेंसर्स ये वाला ओके, मुझे वहाँ चेंज करना है ना। युवराज, where are boys? Are they coming? आ रहा है क्या? आ गया है कि क्या है?
सर आना थोड़ा सा और बाकी है क्योंकि
मैं स्टार्ट करूँ, स्टार्ट करने से पहले आ जाएगा।
ठीक है।
So we start.
A very good afternoon to all the present here. So it's a time to start our next lecture, and it is taken over by Professor Vivek Kambhampati sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Divyadarshini. So the next topic would be biosensors in post-harvest management. So I'm Dr. Vivek Kambhampati, Assistant Professor in the Department of Food Process Engineering, NIT Rourkela. Right. So these are the contents for the presentation. So I will be introducing little bit about post-harvest management, and then biosensors. What are biosensors? And then how do we use these biosensors in the post-harvest management, and what are the challenges, different types of biosensors, and how to use these biosensors, and where are the, what are the applications of these biosensors also we will try to get. Why this is yes, and then in the final trends and future implications we will try to learn, right? So the in the morning class you must have learnt about what is post-harvest management, what is post-harvest engineering, what are the post-harvest practices, right? So in a nutshell, if I tell what is post-harvest management, it is processes and practices applied to agriculture produce, right? Any kind of agriculture produce, let it be fruits, vegetables, grains, whatever the agriculture produce you take, there are set of process and practices produced after it is harvested to maintain the quality, extension of the shelf life, reduce losses and ensure the food quality, right? So this post-harvest management, it includes whatever the steps involved in the supply chain, starting from the after harvesting we will transport or we will keep in some places, okay, temporary storage, permanent storage, like handling, storage, processing, packaging, transportation and marketing of fruits and vegetables. Each and every link in the supply chain will be considered as the post-harvest management, right? So if you see what are the key aspects of post-harvest management, so definitely first one is handling. Why handling is a key aspect? Any idea in the post-harvesting? The moment you take out from the field, right, you need to store. Say, take an example of any fruits or vegetables you will harvest. After harvesting, immediately what we will do, we will go for the pre-cooling treatment. So why pre-cooling is required? To reduce the respiration rate, right? So after that, what you are planning? So are you sending the products directly to the market or through intermediary, or how you are handling this particular commodity? That is important, right? So that is all about handling. The second one is sorting and grading. What do you mean by sorting and grading? So after harvesting, definitely these agriculture commodities, they are not uniform in size, shape, right? So what we will do, according to the size, shape, or maybe the economic value, okay, take an example of egg. The egg size is different, right? Small, medium and big size, okay. When we say sorting, based on the physical characteristics, sorting will happen, and grading means based on the money, based on the economy, right? Based on the value of the product, grading will happen, okay. That we have to ensure. The third one is storage. Definitely storage is very important, especially in terms of grains, right? After harvesting, take an example of paddy, will harvest and then we'll reduce the moisture content below 20%, and then we'll go for the storage, right? The last one is transportation, okay, for where you are transporting, okay. Something like FCI godowns will be there, and different big storage vessels, or maybe companies who are handling the storage technologies. We have to send these agriculture produce to that place, right? So these are some of the key aspects. So what are the challenges? In each and every aspect we have a lot of challenges, okay, especially that's why in India this post-harvest losses are very huge. As a technocrat, as a food technologist and agriculture engineering people, we have to understand what are the different challenges associated with post-harvest management, right? Otherwise we cannot control those losses, okay. The first one is handling loss. Definitely mechanical damage will be there, lack of skilled labor, inadequate tools and equipment, infrastructure facilities, that is associated with handling. The second one is sorting and grading, right? Sorting and grading, inconsistent standards. Standards are very much important, okay. Then labor intensive process and technology access, and then storage. In the storage, especially relative humidity and temperature is very much important. Take an example of grain storage, right? If you store grains in bulk, definitely the heat will be generated inside the grains, okay. During summer season, what is the criteria for storage? During winter season, how we need to store? Depending on the seasons, depending on the harvesting time, okay, depending on the material, agriculture commodity, we have to decide what type of storage is required. That's why temperature fluctuations are important. The very big issue is with pest, rodent, fungal infestations and lack of cold storage infrastructure, okay. Lack of cold storage infrastructure, I will give you one example. Lot of exotic fruits are available in the northeastern part of our country, say suppose for example Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, or maybe Tripura, sister states, northeastern parts, but we are unable to bring those fruits to even south or maybe in the central part of India because of lack of cold chain infrastructure. That's why government of India, they are pushing hard for developing the cold chain infrastructure, right? That is one major criteria that we need to focus. The third one, of course, fourth one is packaging. Why packaging is very much important? Packaging, the functions of packaging are very much important. If you are not packing any food, so it will not be attractive to the customers, right? Customers will like when the product in the packaging material is looking good, maybe attractive, labeling and then whatever the nutritional information. As a customer, I feel like reading what are the nutritional information available on the packaging. That is also very much important, right? Then cost constraint, and then the environmental impact. Definitely because of the environmental impact, a lot of researchers, they are coming up with biodegradable packaging and lot of alternative packaging solutions, right? The next one is transportation. Transportation is also very important. I will give you one more example related to these tomatoes, right? During winter season, the prices of tomato will come down normally. It did not definitely meet the demand supply gap. Why that is happening? Demand supply. Why there is a gap, huge gap between demand and supply? I am asking you people. Any idea in terms of tomato? Why I am telling this? If you take Kolar region in the Karnataka, one of the biggest producers of tomato. Every year they dump tomatoes on the road. Okay, huge losses incurred, from these losses, especially for the farmers. They invest lot of money for cultivating these tomatoes. Okay, and then they get the crop but unable to sell it in the market. The second biggest market for the tomato in our country is in Chittoor. Kolar and Chittoor, two are biggest markets for tomato. If you go there, you will understand the scenario. Lot of losses are incurred because of the losses of this tomato. Why? Because lack of transportation available. The trucks are not available. Maybe because of rise in petrol, diesel prices, it will affect the price of the commodity. Okay, farmer, as a farmer, they have some expectation, but in the market, because of huge supply, the prices will come down. Okay, these are some of the issues that we need to consider as a food technologist or agriculture engineer peoples, right? So how to solve these problems? By doing all these things, right? The first one is training and capacity building. Definitely we need to train the man force how to handle the post harvest losses. The second one is improved storage facility. Storage facility has to be improved, and the infrastructure, storage infrastructure also very much important, right? Storage infrastructure, something like cold storage, right? So government is providing subsidy for that if somebody is interested to establish cold storage firms. Okay, that is important. Then smart packaging solutions. Definitely packaging is one criteria. And then the last one is adopting the biosensors. Okay, what do you mean by biosensor? We'll learn. The use of biosensor to monitor ripeness, detect spoilage, pathogens, environmental conditions. Okay, environmental conditions like temperature, humidity and ethylene levels in real time to ensure the quality and reduce the losses. Okay, so in this lecture we are going to focus only on the adoption of biosensors. Okay, though post harvest is very huge topic, and there are a lot of issues with the post harvest management, lot of challenges are there. There are so many solutions. Okay, there are so many ways to solve the problem, but via biosensors, how we are going to solve the issue, that we will be learning in this particular lecture. Okay, so what do you mean by biosensor? Biosensor is nothing but it's a device. Okay, analytical device. It combines biological component with a physicochemical detector to measure a specific analyte. Okay, say suppose for example when I say analyte or substrate, okay, all of you must have seen this glucose sensor, right? So at home, those who are, your parents or maybe elder people in your home are they are diabetic, so they measure glucose at regular intervals. So what is the principle of that particular glucose? They take the blood sample, drop of blood will be dropped on the sensor. Okay, so via that sensor electrochemical process, okay, it will trigger it will trigger some of the electrons, protons will be released, hydrogen peroxide will be released. How much hydrogen peroxide has been generated? Okay, so based on that concentration, the numerical value will be generated. Okay, so here the glucose is analyte, okay, or substrate. Using the sensor, you are identifying what is the quantity, what is the concentration. Okay, ensure safety and quality of the food product. Definitely food quality monitoring plays a crucial role in identifying and mitigating the risk. Okay, and then contaminants, adulterants and other factors that can compromise the integrity of the food supply chain can be controlled by using this biosensors.
Okay. So how it got emerged? Traditional, what is the traditional practices? Usually in the laboratory, right, in the food safety quality lab, you take the random sampling and destroy the sample, you analyze, what is the physicochemical properties of that particular, product. Okay, you cannot tell accurately in a lot of 100, 100 kgs or maybe 1000 kgs. If you take industry, go to industry, they will be handling in a bulk, right? So each and every sample you cannot tell what is the quality of this particular sample. Okay, if you use these biosensors, you can attach some corner and according to the maybe respiration, production of the ethylene gas or maybe through any gas, because what will happen, fruits and vegetables, they respire even after harvesting, they produce some gases. If you measure the gas, what type of gas is being generated from that, accordingly using the biosensor you can identify easily. Okay, whether what is the ripeness of that particular product or how long we can store in that particular relative humidity and temperature, those things we can easily. So these biosensors directly or indirectly help us to take the decision, okay, how long to store, where to store, when to transport, using what mode we have to transport. So many decisions we can take using this biosensors. Definitely, in the traditional practice require time. Okay, if you want to find out how much glucose is there in the sample, how do you do analysis, right? You will extract the sample, you will prepare the sample, and then using some instruments you will measure. Okay, if you are doing HPLC, okay, it will take 2 hours, 3 hours time. Definitely time consuming process. Using biosensors you can minimize the time for determining all these things. Then delay the detection of hazards and increase the potential of consumer exposure to harmful substances. Right, nowadays there is a big issue with pesticide residues. Lot of spices, we are one of the major producers of spices, right? So lot of spices have this problem, pesticide residues are more. Okay, because of that reason, lot of spices are being rejected by the European Union. Okay, that's why we need to establish a good technology which can detect the pesticide residues without destroying the sample. Biosensors can do that work. Okay, so these analytical devices integrate biological recognition elements with transducer components, helps in detecting and quantifying specific analytes in the food samples. Okay, we'll learn what are those. Okay, then what are the importance of biosensors? Definitely it is important for maintaining the integrity of the food sample, food safety and quality assurance. Okay, then nutritional monitoring, definitely we can monitor the nutrition, how with respect to time, how the starch is converting as a simple sugar, or maybe how different things are converting. Okay, with respect to time we can easily tell. Spoilage and freshness detection. Okay, some volatile components, volatile organic components will be released to monitor the freshness of the perishable foods, that we can easily identify using this biosensors, right? Next one is process optimization. So process optimization, suppose for example if you are doing any fermentation process, lactic acid bacteria or maybe any kind of fermentation you are doing in the lab. Okay, so what are the criterias? Okay, what are the different criterias, temperature and then relative humidity required for that particular fermentation process. Okay, how long we need to keep, all these decisions we can easily take by using different parameters. Biosensors, it will help us in optimizing. Suppose for this particular fermentation process we need 22 hours or maybe 26 hours. Okay, so based on the previous experiment we can generate results and we can monitor and control critical parameters. Okay, enzyme activity, fermentation progress, and then pH changes and all we can easily. Shelf life prediction, definitely shelf life prediction is very much important. So why? Because in an agriculture, I told you one example, right? Tomato, perishable products, tomato after harvesting it will be ripening very fast. Okay, so almost for 2 weeks you can keep under the ambient temperature. Okay, before that you need to decide whether you will be selling the product which place. Okay, 100 kilometers from the cultivation area, or maybe 1000 kilometers or maybe 2000 kilometers. 2000 kilometers, same quality of the tomato If you send it to 100 kilometers and 2000 kilometers, definitely the quality will be reducing, right? So we have to take the decisions. Biosensors will help us in taking the decisions, and self-life prediction also, eco-friendly and non-destructive analysis. I told you biosensor, you whatever the parameters you are measuring using the biosensor, it is non-destructive process. These are some of the key components of the biosensor. The first one is bioreceptors. Bioreceptors, it includes enzymes, antibodies, nucleic acids, etc. Okay. So these are called as bioreceptors. Then after bioreceptors, we have a transducer element. Converts this biological response into an electrical signal. What will happen? Glucose, I am telling example, right? If glucose is converting as gluconic acid or gluconate, gluconate is nothing but the salt of gluconic acid, it will take some time, right? Processing time. If you add enzyme in it, what will happen? Enzymes are catalysts, right? It will speed up the reaction. During this process, gluconate plus some byproducts will be released. H2O2 will be released, some redox mediators will be released. Okay. So during that process, what will happen? Some electrons will be released, some protons will be released. So those things, if you identify, okay, definitely there is some electrical signal will be generated during that chemical process. That electrical signal we will be determining by using this sensors, transducers, right? The last one is signal processor, interprets and displays the data. Okay, the bioreceptor is a molecule that specifically recognizes any analyte or substance, something like glucose or something like that. Okay, so this is the overview. See, biosensors, in the left side you have bioreceptors. These are the bioreceptors. Using enzymes, okay, you can detect glucose or any physical, some nutritional component in the food sample. And then some electrochemical, piezoelectric, calorimetric, optical type of transducers are there. You have to interlink. You have to link these enzymes and the transducers to get the output, right? We will be learning all these things. See here, this is very good example. These are the analytes, right? Analytes means what? This is what you need to identify. In a food sample, take an example of juice. Juice has enzymes, juice has different components. Okay, if you pass this juice analyte into the biorecognition element, bioreceptors can be anything. It can be enzyme, it can be antibody, or it can be microorganism, DNA, or any kind of cells. It acts like a lock and key mechanism. Okay, example, you take this key as an analyte and lock as a bioreceptor. You cannot insert any kind of key to unlock the lock, right? Specific key is required. So if you are measuring glucose, these bioreceptors will measure only specific glucose molecules only. These are highly specific in nature. It will eliminate all other molecules. Okay, that's how it works. Then the signal will be generated. Some electrical, charges, electrical current will be generated. That will be, given as a output. Okay, this will be detected by the transducers. Transducers, electrochemical. See, this is the detectors, transducers, and output. Okay, you will get the data at the end. Okay, see here we have analyte. Biochemical conversion is happening. Glucose to gluconic acid. Okay, using antibody bioreceptor or enzyme or any kind of bioreceptors, if you put it here as a thin sheet, so what will happen? Using these transducers, so if any kind of fluorescence is being generated or any color change is happening, using optical transducer, you can easily recognize, okay, this particular element is present. Okay, based on the output, based on the possibility of what reactions are happening, you have to decide these transducers. Okay, then after that you will generate the results accordingly. So these are uses of biosensor. The first one is quality monitoring, pathogen detection. In the food processing, this is very much important. then nutritional assessment, real-time monitoring, and then non-destructive analysis. Okay, we will go through different these bioreceptors. Okay, the first bioreceptor will be enzyme, and enzyme, using enzyme you can easily detect several components. Okay, so enzymes are biochemical biological macromolecules with catalytic activity. I told you, highly specific in nature, responsible for speeding up the biochemical reactions, right? And then I gave you example. Okay, glucose oxidase. Glucose oxidase catalyzes the oxidation of the glucose, which produces the hydrogen peroxide. H2O2 will be produced. The decrease in the oxygen concentration is proportional to the glucose concentration. Okay, so the decrease in the oxygen concentration. So how much amount of oxygen is there? If the oxygen is reducing, or how much amount of hydrogen peroxide is generated. If you know the concentration of these two things, you can easily identify what is the glucose concentration. So other enzymes, something from horseshoe radish also we can extract some enzymes. From different agriculture commodity, different enzymes can be extracted. Okay, so using all these enzymes we can identify several things. So how it got how this biosensor concept derived? The first, in 1962, Clark and Lyons, they invented this glucose biosensor. After that, the biosensor concept got emerged, and now it is talk of an or. Okay, everybody is talking about biosensors. Okay, so here the simple, if you see this glucose plus oxygen, okay, using this particular glucose oxidase enzyme, we are getting gluconic acid, glucose acid, or gluconic acid, or gluconate, all are same, plus H2O2. Using this simple reaction, you can design a biosensor. Okay, this is how it looked. See, oxygen, you must have seen, right? Glucose sensor, on top of the glucose sensor there are vents. Oxygen will be taken. Okay, this is that vent. From here oxygen will be going inside, electrode will be there. Electrode will give us how much concentration of H2O2 is produced. H2O2, see, near the electrode and then the oxygen, this particular layer, it has got some gap. Okay, so in here the electrochemical process will happen. Here the H2O2 will be generated. After that it will go to the detector. So normally, see, earlier time 1962, platinum was used as an electrode. It was very costly. Now people are using graphite sheets, graphite electrodes, okay, for cost reduction purpose. And then this is the working of glucose biosensor. Enzyme based reactions, enzyme gluconic acid to catalyze the oxidation of the glucose, and then oxygen dependency. In this particular, it has a drawback. What is the drawback? The entire biosensor is depending on the oxygen. Oxygen acts as a natural electron acceptor in this process. Okay, then detection of the hydrogen peroxide. Okay, the generated hydrogen peroxide is electrochemically detected at the electrode surface. That's what you have seen here. Here you will get the hydrogen peroxide. The current produced during this oxidation is proportional to the glucose concentration. How much amount of current is being produced, that is proportional to the glucose concentration in the sample. Okay, so this is the limitation. The performance of the biosensor depending on the oxygen availability and is affected by the interfering substances. Not only H2O2 will be produced. So this is very simple process, right? But in reality this may not happen. Okay, this particular enzyme, it may react with some other molecules and it will produce H2O2, which has no relation with the glucose. So at that particular point of time, this particular glucose sensor, first generation sensor, it will give the negative results. Okay, that is the limitation. To address that limitation, second generation sensors have been invented in early 80s. Okay, so here what is the thing? The limitation of the first generation glucose redox mediators carrying electrons from enzyme to the surface of the working electrode were introduced. So here redox mediators are introduced. What are these redox mediators? These are some of these components. Ferrocyanide. Okay, these are sometimes toxic, but in the second generation biosensors, People use this redox mediators to analyze how much amount of hydrogen peroxide is produced. Okay, and what is the benefit? Here, whatever the interfering substances, interfering elements, it will be eliminated. Okay, that is the major. This is how it works. Mediated electron transfer. Biosensors use mediators to transfer electrons from the enzymes directly to the electrodes. Okay, this is important. Enzyme directly to the electrode, bypassing the need for oxygen as an electron acceptor. In the first generator, without oxygen, we cannot able to produce the results. Here, bypassing the need for the oxygen as an electron acceptor. Okay, then enzymatic reaction will happen. All these remaining processes are same. Gluconic acid will be generated on the right side using the GOX, this glucose oxidase enzyme. Then electrochemical signals will be produced. Mediators is reoxidized at the electrode surface, regenerating a measurable current. So what will happen? These these substances, these redox mediators, it will lose electrons, it will gain electrons. Okay, again how much it is losing and how much it is gaining. Okay, so that will be calculated and accordingly result will be produced in terms of numbers. Okay, next one we have third generation. Even that second generation, these are something like, in mobile you have many applications, every time you will get updates. Similarly in the biosensors also updates are important, right? Whatever these redox mediators used in the biosensors, these were toxic in nature. Okay, if you discard that outside, okay, after maximum use of these biosensors, you will throw it outside, right? So it may pollute the soil or maybe cow or any kind of cattle. There is a chance of toxin, okay, toxication. So that's why in order to remove this highly toxic material, electron can perform direct electron transfer using this organic conducting material based on the charge transfer complexes. Okay, in the third generation, complete elimination of the redox mediators. First generation, there is no redox mediators. Okay, there will be interfering substances. The results will it may go wrong. Okay, it may not have any link with the glucose also. That in the second, using the redox mediators, interfering substances were eliminated. Even then, because of the toxicity, the third generation has been introduced. Okay, this is the nutshell. First, second and third, you will have electrode in each and every sensor, first, second and third. Here glucose to gluconate, some enzymes will be there. Oxygen, using oxygen you will produce hydrogen peroxide. Okay, here these are redox mediators. Okay, using this redox mediator directly, it is not depending on O2 and H2O2. Okay, directly the element will be here. Using this electrode you can easily analyze. In the third, there is no redox mediator. Directly you can, using this particular system, third generation system, directly you can measure how much amount of glucose is there in our sample. So here measurement of current resulting from the redox reactions. Whatever here the redox reactions are happening, it will produce some kind of electrons and protons. Because of that, current will be generated. Okay, it will trigger. Okay, then that particular current will be analyzed. Okay, so this is one example. This is glucose self-powered biosensor. Self-powered, there is no need of external any power, batteries, nothing is required. See here the process is same. Glucose, it is mixing with oxygen, gluconic acid, gluconate, this is happening. It produces H2O2. Again this H2O2 is reduced to water, H2O. Okay, here this NAD and NADH, it produces some energy, right? In the ATP cycles we learned this one, right? NAD, NADH, okay, these things. And then glucose to gluconate here. Okay, this is the graphite sheet provided here. Again this is also one this electrode. Okay, between this, what is the potential difference happening? That is directly converted as the amount of glucose present in the sample. Okay, that's how these sensors work. Then what are the applications? Definitely you can use it for ethylene determination, okay, monitoring the ripening and maturity. If you have this kind of cold storages, okay, banana or maybe any kind of fruits, this will release ethylene gases. Using these biosensors, you can easily detect the ethylene concentration. Enzyme based biosensor detect ethylene gases, okay. What is ethylene gas? It's a ripening hormone using enzymes like ethylene oxide, oxidase or oxidoreductases. Using these two enzymes, you can easily identify ethylene detection, okay. The next one is starch and sugar levels, okay. Enzymes like amylase and invertase, these can be used to measure the starch breakdown, okay, and sugar accumulation, indicators of fruit maturity, okay. This is example I have given here. The next one is detecting the spoilage. So how do you detect the spoilage? Some, during ripening or maybe during transportation, some of the volatile organic compounds will be released, okay. Volatile components like ethanol will be released, if it is fermenting more or maybe bad fermentation is happening or any kind of changes or acetaldehyde production, ammonia production or any kind of microbial activity, it will produce some volatile substances. During using this biosensor, you can easily find out the volatile organic compounds. The next one is, see here, fresh apple and then spoiling apple, okay. This is the spoiled apple. Germs, germs are attacking, started emitting the gases will be released. This particular gas will be identified using the biosensors. Enzyme activity of spoilage microbe, detection of the microbial, microbial enzymes, cellulases, pectinases. Why these enzymes are very much important? These enzymes are, cellulase, pectinase, these are plant, molecules, right? It will be present on the surface of the fruits. With time, what will happen? It will, release water. It will break down the cell wall matrices and release whatever water is present in the cell walls. Okay, that is not good. The texture, it will lose its texture, integrity will be lost. So that's why we need to, analyze what is happening with respect to the enzymes and microbial spoilage. The next one is nutritional quality assessment. Okay, in the nutritional quality assessment, vitamin C, okay, these enzymes like ascorbate oxidase, it can be used for measuring the vitamin C. Then, example is this one. So, what is this? These are freshly cut or sliced or diced fruits or vegetables. With time, what will happen? With respect to time, see the color is changing, getting brown because of the enzymes, right? Which enzyme is responsible for dark, browning? Yeah? Which one? For browning? Polyphenol oxidase, right? That is responsible. So how much polyphenol oxidase activity is happening? Using this biosensors, we can easily peroxidase based biosensors monitor oxidative reactions, okay, and then which can lead to browning or loss of quality in stored peroxidase, polyphenol oxidase. These are some of the enzymes responsible for browning. Then next one is very much important, pesticide residue. Okay, so many pesticides are being used on the fruits and vegetables. Using these biosensors, you can easily detect how much amount of pesticides are there on the surface of the material. See, by naked eyes, we cannot tell how much amount of pesticides are sticking on the surface of the fruit, right? Some of the pesticides, these molecules, organic molecules, it will react with the, the bioreceptors. Okay, once it is reacting, then some kind of conversion happen. That particular current, you can identify how much amount of current is being generated. Accordingly, you can get the numerical value. Next one is shelf life estimation. Shelf life estimation, respiration rate monitoring, and then polyphenol oxidase activity. All these things are very much important. Next one is disease and pathogen detection. Okay, so fungal and bacterial diseases, something like some bad bacteria is entering into the food system, that has to be identified. How that what is the substrate that particular bad bacteria is using in the food system. Okay, using this biosensor, we can easily identify. Enzyme based biosensor detect lytic enzymes. Okay, chitinase or proteases or whatever different kinds of enzymes can be used. Then mycotoxin detection, mycotoxin, aflatoxin, these are common for nuts. Okay, sometimes what will happen, have you heard about mad cow disease. Okay, cow it eat infested aflatoxin contaminated corn cobs. If they are consuming a lot, then it will affect the brain of the cows. Okay, that's how these toxins, aflatoxins, are harmful even for our human body also, not only for the cattle. Okay, so detecting the mycotoxin, aflatoxin, whatever the is a broader term, mycotoxin. So how can you detect this one? Using these enzymes you can easily detect. Then it is also used for sorting and grading purposes. Okay, and then especially see here anthocyanin pigments. If you use any, so how do you measure the anthocyanin? Based on the pH differences, right? So we have different pH buffers will be there. So this is anthocyanin, right? This is what jamun fruit. Okay, using the biosensors you can easily determine with respect to time how the color change is happening. That is also you can determine. Okay, then using this packaging, see here on top of the packaging what you can do, you can coat this particular bioreceptors. When this packaging is coming in contact with some of the gases produced in the fruits, maybe suppose take an example, half kg of fruit you are packing in the packet, right? So with time what will happen, some gases will be produced. That gas, it will be reacted with the whatever the the sensors, enzymes or antibodies or whatever you are putting on top of the sheets, that will be reacted accordingly. You can sense what is the shelf life of this particular fruit. These are some of the advantages. Okay, high sensitivity and high specific. Enzymes are highly sensitive and highly specific. If you are using glucose oxidase, it will only react with glucose, not other compound. That's why it is highly specific. You will get the rapid results definitely. Then it is a non-invasive detection, cost effective, integration with the IoT is also possible. Okay, these are some of the application. Apart from food industry, you can use these sensors in different fields. So in the food you can see here contaminants, pesticides, antibodies, then used for detection of ethylene, glucose, and glucose biosensor can be used for quality control in the fruit industries. Okay, the next one is antibodies as the bioreceptor, similar to the enzymes. These antibodies acts as a bioreceptors. Okay, so we will see how. See, suppose for example these are analytes, right? It will come and contact. How this COVID is identified? COVID has this COVID detection, PCM the technique. So it has some structure. Okay, so if you identify that particular structure, you can easily tell what kind of strain it is, either virus or bacteria or whatever it may be, right? These antibodies, it will have some structure. It will only identify specific structures. Okay, if this analyte has this particular structure, it will catch that particular analyte. It will not catch other thing. How many analytes are being trapped by these antibodies? You can easily quantify, right? Using this antibody based biosensor, you can easily identify how many analytes are in the system, food system. Then it will go transducer element is common. Here only this will be changing, enzyme, antibody, any other cell, protein, whatever it may be. Transducer and data analysis is common. Okay, you can use DNA also. Sometimes DNA strands, RNA strands can be used as antibody, and then you can detect whatever the target element using this particular technique. Detection of pathogen, bacterial contamination is you can detect Salmonella, E. coli, Listeria monocytogenes. Okay, these are commonly prevalent in fresh produces, fruits and vegetables. Okay, then viral contaminants, you can also determine norovirus or hepatitis A that can contaminate the fruits and vegetables. Then this important is fungal spores. Okay, some of the fungal spores you can easily identify to reduce the post-harvest diseases. Okay, and then monitoring the mycotoxins. Here enzymes can also be used, and this also can be used. Then pesticide residues, sometimes farmers they use a lot of pesticides that will be coming in contact with the fruits or vegetables that you are harvesting. It will be sticking on the surface of the commodity. If you are not washing, even if you wash properly, some traces will be sticking on the surface. If you are eating, it will definitely show adverse effects. Just like antibodies, this analytes will be coming and sitting with the antibodies, just like lock and key mechanism. This harmful substance will go into our body. It will be opening the cells and entering into our system. Okay, that's how it happens. Then we'll see these symptoms. Okay, whatever vomiting, nausea, whatever the symptoms you get. Okay, after toxication, all these things are possible. Then quality and freshness monitoring. Ethylene detection, this particular sensor can be used for ethylene detection, spoilage indicators, enzymatic markers. Okay, enzymatic markers is also important. Some of the application in food related application, this is important. Salmonella identification, E. coli, Listeria, identification of allergens, peanut, gluten. Allergen identification also we can use this particular biosensor. Okay, suppose few of us sitting here are lactose, allergic to lactose or allergic to gluten. Okay, allergic to some different components. We can easily identify what kind of allergens are available in the particular food system. Okay. These are some of the advantages. These will be similar with these enzymes. Okay, highly specific, definitely. This is also highly specific, just like enzyme. Antibodies also highly specific, rapid and real-time results can be generated, non-destructive, portable and user-friendly, compliance with the safety standards. Okay, this is also very much important, right? Safety standards are very much important. Help ensure produce meets regulatory limits for contaminants and allergens. Okay. Why the safety standards are important? FSSAI, they have some guidelines. Okay, or maybe this medical related guidelines will be there. If you are using this particular biosensor, you have to go through all these protocols, and accordingly you need to use your this one biosensors. Okay. Next is nucleic acid. Similar to previous one, nucleic acid can also be used as a biosensor. This is how it works. Okay, this peptide nucleic acid bioreceptor, if suppose for example strain DNA is there, if you want to identify some different nucleic acid, it should have the compatibility, complementary DNA, we call it as complementary DNA. DNA or RNA hybridization is the process of complementary DNA and RNA strands bonding together to a double stranded. If your target is matching with whatever the bioreceptors you have. Okay, just like enzyme, you can also have DNA strand, but it will be single strand. The component that you are identifying, it will be coming and it will be complementary with this DNA that you are giving. Okay, then it will have a perfect strand, fulfilled DNA strand. Accordingly, the voltage will be generated. You can measure the current will be generated. Accordingly, you will get a graph. How much amount of the particular DNA RNA hybridization happened, you can easily identify. These are some of the applications. You can see detection of again this foodborne pathogen. Here the genetically modified organisms, something like these genes of brinjal, GT brinjal or any kind of genetically modified plants are there. You can easily identify those by using this particular sensor, nucleic acid sensor. Many advantages are there: specific, versatility, sensitivity, and then you can customize this particular nucleic acid sensor. Okay, you can just change the DNA strand and then accordingly it will react. Labeling flexibility will be there, small in size. Okay, these are some of the advantages for this nucleic acid. Okay, these are all about the the whatever related to enzymes, nucleic acid, bioreceptors. Once these bioreceptors in contact with the target component substrate, it will generate something, right? Electricity will be generated, maybe some illumination will happen, some changes will happen. Those changes can be identified using these transducers. Okay, there are 4 different types of transducers are there. We will discuss. one by one. Electrochemical transducers, optical, piezoelectric, biosensors. Okay. See here, electrochemical biosensor detects the electrical parameters related to chemical reactions. Okay. When there is a chemical reaction, some electrical parameters will happen. Those things you can identify. Okay. Analyzing the electricity as an outcome of the chemical process. Okay, this is important. Then electrochemical biosensor is based on the electrochemical transducers, providing selective and quantitative analytical information. Then this particular bioreceptor serves as an recognition element that binds or transforms the analyte. This is very important. It binds the element or transforms the element according to the requirement, while the electrochemical transducer converts the event of bioreceptor analyte interaction into an electrical signal. Right. So this is what happened. Sample, we have sample, biorecognition element, transducers here by using change in the current, change in the voltage, those things we can easily identify. Okay. Then there are again in the electrochemical techniques we have different using potential voltage change. Potentiometry and voltmetry, impedance and ampermetric. These are different. By using current you can identify. Using voltage you can identify. Change in the voltages, differential voltages you can identify. There are different methods are there. It got evolved with respect to time. See chemical how it works. Chemical reactions will happen. Target molecule analyte interacts with the biological sensing element. Okay. Then electron or ion generation. The reduction produces specific byproducts, just like in the glucose, this one, hydrogen peroxide produced, right? So here specific byproducts will be produced, such as ions or electrons, or molecules like H2O2 will be produced. That you have to identify. Then transducers detect these byproducts and convert their activity into electrical signals using this particular techniques, using the ampermetric potential, using the resistance also. Okay, you can resistance is nothing but impedometric technique. Different instruments will be there for identifying all these things. Okay. Then the signal proportionality. In the signal proportionality, see more glucose means higher H2O2 production. How much H2O2 is produced? Accordingly you can concentrate, correlate, right? So that is signal proportionality. The next one is data analysis. You use different data, software, how much current is being generated, and then accordingly you will try to correlate. Okay, what are the meaningful concentrations or values for the analysis? Those things we can easily identify, predict. Okay. Then these are the things I told you, right? In potentiometer, potential of the electrochemical cell under static conditions is measured, whereas in the amperometric the potential of the electrode is held constant. The slight differences are there. See, impedance means used electrochemical impedance EIS. This is commonly used for this particular technique, impedance technique. The relationship between the alternative current and the applied sinusoidal potential in a frequency domain is measured. Okay. The next one is voltmetry. Differential potential voltmetry, different voltmetry techniques are there. The current change is analyzed under the control but not constant potential. Okay, the potential changes will be there. Those things we can measure using this electrochemical. SPR, optical fiber, using these techniques we can identify some, water pollutants. Water pollutants we can easily identify using this kind of optical biosensors. Okay, optical biosensors are majorly used for determining this water pollutants. Some of the applications, this is not working. Okay. Spoilage detection, ripening monitoring, nutritional quality assessment, pathogen detection and environmental monitoring. In the environmental monitoring, see, monitoring storage conditions, humidity, light intensity to ensure the optimal post-harvest quality is very much important. These are some of the classifications of this optical. There are so many, different updates have come. Okay, all these things are based on those updates. Okay. You can see, based on the fluorescence, based on the, the surface plasmon, and then absorbance, reflectance based, Raman spectroscopy based biosensors are there. Okay. And what we need to, do here is, we need to identify how much cost effective these particular things are. Based on our usage, we need to see cost effectiveness also, right? That is also very much important. Accordingly, you can select whichever you want. The next one is piezoelectric biosensors. These are analytical devices that utilizes the piezoelectric effect, where mechanical stress generates an electrical signal to detect the biological chemical components. These are also highly specific, and this is the working principle, how it works. It measures the mass change. See here, you can see here, it detects the mass change. How it detects the mass change? We have a piezoelectric material here. On top of the piezoelectric material, some antibodies or enzymes or some this bioreceptors will be there. You can design this particular thing. Accordingly, the target antigen will come and sit on this. Okay, that according to that, see here the frequency will be generated based on the mass. How many analytes, target antigens are sitting here? Based on their mass, we can easily identify. Corresponding voltage will be generated. Okay. See here, mass loading, when an analyte binds to the sensor surface. Okay. Sensor surface, this may be quartz crystal also. This is piezoelectric material, right? Quartz crystal is piezoelectric. It increases the mass, causing changes in the oscillation frequency and acoustic wave properties. Okay. This is how this particular system works. These are some of the applications. More or less the application remains the same. Okay. These are classification. These are just like our previous biosensor. We have different classifications where based on the quartz crystal, surface acoustic wave biosensor, different types of biosensors are available. These are some of the advantages. What are the challenges and limitations? This is very much important. We have seen, so far bioreceptors we have seen, and then different transducers. Okay, how the transducer works. Okay, based on the changes, the electrochemical this one process, chemical changes will happen. So, what are the challenges and limitations of this? Calibration and standardization issues will be there definitely. Okay, glucose sensor. How many times you can use the glucose sensor? Single time. That strip has to be changed. Am I correct? You take out the blood sample, you put it on the strip. You are sending that strip into the transducer. Accordingly, you will get the value. Okay. Similarly, calibration also very much important. Whether that value that you are getting it is calibrated or not. Sometimes in the watches, we have the smart watches, right? It will give us blood pressure. Okay. Whether that is correct or not. If you test in the hospital, your blood pressure is different and you are getting different blood pressure in the watch. That is also possible. That's why calibration is very much important. Limited shelf life of the bioreceptors, high initial cost of development, and then potential for false positive or negative result. This is very much important. Whether we are getting the right positive or right negative results, that we need to analyze. Need for skilled operators. Everything is involved directly or indirectly with the cost. Okay. If you are planning to use biosensors in some industry, definitely costly process. What are the recent innovations? So nanotechnology in the biosensor is the recent innovation. Okay. Then development of wireless biosensors for remote monitoring. Okay, wherever you are sitting, you can monitor your glucose levels or maybe whatever levels. Okay, in the sample. Integration of Internet of Things for real-time data. Miniaturization. Okay, and wearable biosensor. Wearable biosensor, watches, all these things are wearable biosensor. You can keep that biosensor in the ethylene ripening chambers or maybe any kind of storage chambers like that. Multi-analyte detection in a single device. Okay, these are some of the recent future scope. Commercialization of low-cost biosensors for small-scale farmers. This is required because biosensors, everything is interlinked with cost. So you can plan for this expansion to detect the broader range of analytes. Then integration to smart packaging system for freshness monitoring. You must have heard RFID tags. You can adopt biosensors. If the color is changing, you can identify whether this is ripened or matured or what has happened. Okay, this is one example I am telling. Using different types of biosensors, you can easily predict what is happening with the food, right? Then advances in AI and machine learning for automatic decision making. Role in sustainable food systems and reducing global waste. All these things are some of the future scope. In nutshell, if I tell, biosensors, biological recognition elements, physical transducers. Okay, enzyme based are there. These things we discussed, enzyme based, and then cell based analytic, this DNA strands, all these things we discussed. Then antibodies, ribonucleic acids we discussed. Then in the transducers, this electrochemical transducers, optical transducers. This is very vast topic. Okay, in one class, if I tell, this is what I can do. This is the maximum justice I can do for this. Then piezoelectric and thermal sensors. Okay. Biosensors are transformative tools in post-harvest management. They ensure food safety, quality, and sustainability. This is, in one line, if I want to convey you people what is biosensor, these two things. These are definitely transformative tools in the post-harvest management. Okay. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. So it's almost 1 hour 15 minutes. Any doubts from your end? Yes. Any doubts from the participants? Biosensors, most lines very different.
Today's experiment and practical session is all about the extraction of bioactive compound from the plant produces. Extraction means what? You have to extract or release the compounds by the external force. External force, it may be conventional extraction, means by stirring is continuously to dissolve into the solvents. Then after moving on to that, external force is realized into the mechanical forces like ultrasound, microwave, high pressures, pulse electric fields, pulse light, everything at the innovative extraction process, which is known as the innovating or emerging technology for the extraction. Today's is basically for the extraction of bioactive compound using ultrasound as well as the microwave. Okay, have you have already known as the bell leaf you are already cordial with. This is a very nutraceuticals and pharmaceutical, also a cosmetic importance in the bell leaves. This is the bell leaf powder. Okay, the sample is we will use is the bell leaf powder. It has been dried, ground and sealed properly at a constant particle size, so that our extraction procedure will be uniform. Okay, then comes to the first, we will explain about the ultrasound assisted extraction. The ultrasound assisted extraction involves the ultrasound wave. What is the ultrasound waves? In the sound wave you are particular about, it is the part of a sound wave which is not in the we cannot audible, it is because it is beyond our human hearing. Human hearing is between the 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, but our ultrasound wave is above the 20 kilohertz, so it cannot be audible to you. Then it is the mechanism of the extraction process is that means a term that is acoustic cavitation. What is the meaning of that? Acoustic cavitation is the formations, growth and collapse of the microbubbles forms inside the solvent solution adjacent to the cell walls. Okay, what is the concept? Now due to the electromagnetic field, electric fields, there has been the conversion of electric fields to the mechanical vibration, that is ultrasound waves. Ultrasound waves has oscillating fields, oscillating vibration. These oscillating vibrations or high pressure, low pressure conditions will make the bubbles adjacent to the cell walls, microbubbles. These bubbles will grow and after some time it will be collapse after some time, and after the collapse there is a high temperature will arise adjacent to the cell wall. You just imagine a cell wall, one cell wall. Okay, cell means adjacent to the cell wall. This is maybe the cell. Okay, this is the cell wall. Adjacent to the cell wall, the bubbles are created due to the ultrasonic waves. Due to the heavy ultrasonic waves or high pressure, these bubbles will be collapsed, and after this collapse, thus the high temperature will rise. The temperature will disrupt the cell walls. After the cell wall will be ruptured, the solvent outside the surrounding the cell walls cells, it will be means put inside the cells, and it will mix with the bioactive compounds or target compounds inside it. And then this will be dissolved into the solvent surroundings. Got it? Then in the actually these ultrasound waves, we are putting the external force as a ultrasound waves. So because in conventional extraction is mainly about the mechanical stirring. Overnight or 24 hours or 48 hours you have to stir it to solubilize the bioactive compound present inside the cells to outside the solvents, like this only. But what is the main mechanism inside the ultrasound? It will eject it will dissolve the bioactive compound in a very less time with a extra force. That's why it is taking less times, and it will be beneficial as compared to the conventional extraction. Got my points? Okay. Ultrasound extraction has two types. One is bath type and another is probe type. Okay, bath, this is the probe type. Basically I am telling you, this is the generator. Okay,
this is the generator, this is the transducer, this is the probe या सोनोट्रोप भी बोल सकते हैं हम. Then this is the vessel stands, extraction vessel stand, and this is the our cooling systems. Cooling system in some extractor machines is be attached, but here that is not possible. So we are in manually we have to cooling by the ice baths. Got my point? Okay. First is the generator. Generator is that which converts the electric field which is given by the from the electric source or whatever electric field to the high intensity electric signals. It also affects the intensity, power, amplitude and frequency of the ultrasound. At which power, at which frequency, at which amplitude you intend to extract, it will decide by the generator. You command to the generator how much amplitude do you want to give the high electric field signal, then it will be then it will give this types of means this amount of the electric signal to us. Then this is the transducer. Transducer is for the high intensity electric जो भी signals है, then it will convert these signals into the ultrasonic waves. Mechanical vibrations को convert करता है. Then it will pass through the probes and which is directly contact with the vessels. And then when we'll commands to the generator that this amplitude at this time we will give to the extraction for the extraction. Then it will convert the ultrasonic wave and it will pass through the probes, and from the probes it will give to the extraction vessels. At this time the extraction will be happening. Okay, how the cooling system is meant for the, because in ultrasound there are bioactive compounds. If you are willing to do the extract the bioactive compounds also be in volatile natures, and volatile natures cannot sustain up to means high temperatures. They need in the normal room temperatures. Switch on the light, switch on the ultrasounds. Okay, cool down the whole extraction process so that our means the volatile compounds can be secured well. Okay, got me? Then we will prepare the sample. How means extraction? One is the preparation of sample, then is the extraction process, and second one is the separation or the filtration process. Just do the 2 gram of the daily पे उसमें 30 ml water डालो. This is the amplitude based generator. Sometimes you can see also power based or the frequency based generator. Here the frequency and the power has been constant, and the amplitude you can vary. Okay, in amplitude if it is taken as a 60%, the amplitude unit is a 60%, means you can also convert the amplitude to the power. Okay, that is the 60, it is the time, and it is the pulse on time and pulse off time. Pulse on means how much time you want to give the ultrasound, and pulse off is how much time you will give you to the rest positions. Okay, this is the 60 amplitude, 60% amplitude. Process time is 20 minutes. Pulse on means 5 seconds you have to give ultrasound, and 5 seconds it is to be filled. Okay, so I am just I just give you some test about the 5 minutes. Okay, pulse on, so I will take as a 10 seconds. Okay, pulse off. Then we will put the extractor vessel inside the club. Now I took the solvent as a water, because we all know that water is the universal solvent. Okay, then you can take it as any polar, non-polar, any deputatic solvent, any type of solvent you can use for the ultrasound. That's why it is known as the very emerging technology. It can be versatility, any kind of polars, any kind of solvents you can use. I took 2 grams of bay leaf powder, dried powder, and 30 ml of water, because I have optimized already in the design software. It is a software, means in software you can how many independent variables you can took, and how many dependent variables you can take. On that basis you can optimize the condition. That condition is 60 amplitude at 5 minutes, and if 2 gram of sample you take and 30 ml water, you can take higher yield of the bioactive compounds. That has to be optimized before doing the ultrasound experiments. Okay. Okay. Then I put the probe inside it. It should not touch to the bottom of the vessel so that it will be broken. Okay. Then I will keep it as a close. Enter. It will start. Okay. So during the start, I am telling you what are the applications, advantages and disadvantages. Okay. The applications would be consisted of, it can be used after the extraction. You can purify, and it can be used as any supplements and any type of food supplements, any type of functional food you can use. Then the health, I have told that health in pharmaceutical, cosmetic use also, so high anti-aging pigments and the pigmentation, all these things you have heard of, that is also can be by the extraction of bioactive compound can be done. Then environmental, how it can be affected, because in agricultural waste there are many types of essential compounds will there, like in you have seen that sugarcane juice center, there are straws are the exposure or the disposal of the this juice center. You can see in that there is a very good amount of fibers in that. You can extract the fiber from the sugarcane. For example, coconut tender coconut soap, you can also extract fibers. Okay. Then you can also find some the fruit cells like pineapple and jackfruit. These cells have been be wastage, but it can be also used as the extraction of the starch. It has a very good amount of starch. Okay. And then after that, if you intend to extract the protein के लिए भी बहुत सारे compounds, leaves, seeds and some means like fruits का peels, all these are used as the proteins. And if you are intend to the gums, all these things, seaweeds is a very much now trending waste is there, which can be applicable for the extraction of gums, which can be used as a packaging of films, all these things. Got it? The advantages of ultrasound is that it is very efficient as compared to the conventional extraction, because in lesser time, in 5 minutes you can get good amount of yield, but whereas at 24 hour, 48 hour, the conventional extract is not given that much of bioactive compound. Okay. Then higher yield is there, lesser time, very minimum time you can get your results. Okay, because time is the money. Okay, if you and the thing is environmental friendly is there, any type of solvent you can use. Okay, and the thing is the versatility. I have already told that any type of solvent you can use in the ultrasound. Okay, there is no effect affecting by the equipments. Then what is the disadvantage? Any guesses? What is the disadvantages in the field? What's your that should be their operators should be skilled enough to operate, to demonstrate or to experiment these things. Regardless, ultrasound is very costly actually. Okay, in industrial scales it cannot be operated till time. Okay, because of the investmental cost is there, this capital cost is there, and also energy will be there, because it will take a high electric field, means where you have continuously electrical field, then it can be used and be there. Okay, the second one, what is that? Second क्या हो सकती है? Any guesses? In ultrasound, what is the second parameters? Yeah, means while essential oils I am talking about, essential oil is very much volatile in nature. this much vibration or this much mechanical disruption also degrade these samples. For this, because means क्या बोलते हैं कि conventional extraction जो है उसको रोकने के लिए हमने ये emerging technology we made, emerging technology like this only to diminish its disadvantages, and some other novel extraction techniques also have been evolved, like cold plasma assisted extractions there, and pulse light extraction is there, supercritical carbon oxides extraction is there, subcritical fluid extraction. These are novel extraction types to diminish these disadvantages. Okay, this is not the optimistic extraction technology. It has some disadvantages. To overcome this, all these extraction techniques can be taken care. Got it? Okay. You can see that means before you have seen that the powder has not been dissolved fully, but here you can say that here it is clearly looking like some bioactive compounds or anything in it. It has been dissolved into the solvent. After that it can be okay. After this we'll centrifuge, and after that we'll find the clear solutions or solvents, and we'll extract it above, separate above. Okay, next we'll go for the microwave assisted extraction. The microwave assisted extraction. Okay, microwave assisted extraction also is a external force is a microwave. Microwave is the electromagnetic field. It is given as the microwave is the electromagnetic field which is given to the food samples to extract the similarly bioactive compounds. But here the mechanism is different. Actually, when we give the microwave to the microwave power to the samples, then the alternative electromagnetic field, alternative oscillating electromagnetic field is responsible for the extraction. How? Now here one disadvantage is there, only the polar compounds, only the polar solvent it can be used in the microwave, because in the oscillating electrical and magnetic field, the polar compounds या polar factors inside the solvent as well the samples can be interacted with the microwaves. Only the polars and ions present in it. So non-polar solvent cannot be used as in the microwave assisted extraction. That is the bigger challenge in the microwave assisted. Then what? There are two principles working on the for the microwave assisted extraction. One is the dipole rotation and another is the ionic conductions. Dipole rotation, what is meant by, when we give the microwave to the food samples, due to the oscillating electrical fields, electromagnetic fields, the polar compounds, polar means hydrogen, oxygen, all these compounds will be aligned proportional to the oscillating fields. Got it? Means suppose this is the sine curve. Like sine curve, electromagnetic field is rotated, means here is given by. When it is in the upward field, this is the polar compounds align like this. Okay. Then when it is the downward field, the polar is this. Okay. This is continuously, when we continuously give the microwave, then the polar compounds like hydrogen, oxygen, they will be charging like this. They will be oscillating very fast, and it will create the heat. Okay, it will very high temperature it will create. Okay, these high temperatures is responsible for the disruption of the cell walls. Imagine this is the cell wall. It breaks, the high temperature breaks the cell walls, and the solvent, the target compound present in it, it is dissolved by the solvent. Okay, then it will be by the penetration of the solvent, then it will means all the solubilization happen, and all the target compound is been released. Got it? Then we'll go and see how the extraction will be happen. And basically in the microwave, here you can take glass or any type of material the extraction vessel can be. But in microwave there should be a specific vessel for the extractions, because there are specific vessels to need to be there, because the microwave should be penetrated throughout the samples. Okay, so glass is the major compounds or major vessels, so that you can means the microwave can penetrate it through this. Okay, like this we have to pour all these things same. Okay, I'm just giving 30 ml of water. Okay, yeah, same thing. Just go to microwave. हाँ उधर, हाँ उधर जाके अंकन को बोलो कि वो okay, we'll go by their train. Domestic type of microwave oven you have also having in your home, domestic oven. In that I am showing you what are the parts or components inside it. One is the microwave generator, which has the magnetron inside it, which is responsible for the power frequency in the microwaves, and it converts also the electric field into the electromagnetic fields. Okay, let's see here, this side all are the, these sides also, these are the magnetrons, and these magnetrons are the responsible for the generating microwaves. Okay, and this is the microwave cavity. Microwave cavity is where we place our samples. Okay, and it should be in such a material so that it should be reflecting, it reflects all the microwave energy and throw out no disturbance, because if it will absorb the microwaves generated, then there is no purpose of giving the microwave into the samples. Okay, and this is where we put our samples. Okay, manual I am setting it. Okay, okay, time I am giving, this is 100%, power is the 100%. You can fluctuate the power also, means like you can 0 to 100% you can fluctuate. 100% means if the input power is our 70 watt, then 70% of means 100% means 70 watts has to be the output electromagnetic field. If you are giving the 50% of the power, then it should be the 70 of the 50% of the 70, means 30 watt for the magnetic field. Okay, giving time, I am just giving 1 minute. Okay, start. You can see that is the processing, and microwave already started extraction. After that you can take the extraction vessels and also the filtration. You can filter or the centrifuge all the solvent compounds. Okay, then temperature. Temperature is the biggest factor, because in the microwave there is a temperature rise from the inside to out. Suppose you are heating something on the stirring plate or hot plate, how the heating should be done. First the outer vessels, then outer surface too, dhire dhire means slowly it will go to the inside. But in microwave the process has to be from inside to outside, because it employs in the cellular levels, because it is, I have told the mechanism, due to the dipole and the ionic conduction, the heat generated from the inside or during the cells. So already done. Stop. Then it will cool the machines. Then it will be automatically over. Okay. Then I will go to the advantages. Advantages, very less time. Regardless to means from according to the ultrasound, it will give in minimum time it will give very higher yield, higher efficiency. The disadvantages is obviously capital cost will be there, investment will be there, but another disadvantages is the temperature, because in leisure time the temperature will be very high, so you have to optimize the time so that the temperature rise will be in the minimum, so that your target compound not be in degraded or reduced. Okay. You can see heating is there. You can see the vapor is coming from there. Okay. After this you can filter the samples and getting the supernatant. Okay. And this is all about the microwave assisted extraction. Any doubt you can tell me. Okay, now? Fine. I'll see you soon. Okay.